Silent prayer. Yep. Silent prayer lang. Silent prayer lang.
Reported out. Palitan ako dito lang.
Dito?
So mag-ano sila, to be the basis of the substitution. Oo nga, oo. I know. Even before ba ang amendment by substitution, even before the period of amendment? After. Kaya, ha? Hindi. How about the sponsorship? Tapos yan, ano, pag walang mag-interpolate, saka i-amend by substitution. Ha? Substitution. Sila na aabot doon.
Hello, Ma'am Ria. Ipalo ko to.
Thank you, sir.
Session is called to order. And please rise for a minute of silent prayer and meditation. Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Mr. Speaker, I
Lord.
move that we defer the rolling of the call. Calling of the...
Any objection? There being none, same as approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we defer the approval of the journal. So move, Mr. Speaker.
An objection? There none, approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we perform the reference of business for the Secretary General to read the title of bills and resolutions of first reading, as well as communications and committee reports, Mr. Speaker. So move.
An objection? There is none, Secretary General is hereby directed.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill number 3591, promoting the seed industry in the Philippines. Representative Garin Sharon.
Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 3592, promoting the use of aeroponics technology to be applied in agricultural production of high value-added crops and vegetable farming. Representative Garin Sharon.
To the same committee.
House Bill number 3593, promoting soil and water conservation technologies and approaches for sustainable land management. Representative Garin Sharon.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3594, creating a system of food distribution. Representative
security.
Garin Sharon. House Bill number 3595, protecting workers and their families from hazards of working in agricultural sites. Representative
Agriculture
Garin
and
Sharon.
Food.
House Bill number 3596, institutionalizing the Young Farmers Program. Representative Garin Sharon.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3597, mandating the government to provide access to information on food and other basic commodities.
Human
Representative Garin
rights.
Sharon. House Bill number 3598, establishing a national program of the coffee industry. Representative Garin Sharon.
Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 3599, strengthening the implementation of the National Organic Agricultural Program. Representative Garin Sharon.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3600, establishing the Philippine Rain-Fed Agricultural Institute. Representative Garin Sharon.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3601, creating the Agricultural Pension Fund to provide pension benefits to farmers and fisher folks. Representative Garin Sharon.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3602, amending RA number 1556. Representative Garin Sharon.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3603, creating a special metropolitan political subdivision in the NCR to be called the Metropolitan Manila Regional Administration. Representative Erice.
Local government.
House Bill number 3604, separating the Sapa Anding National School Ramon Magsaysay Extension in Poblacion Ramon Magsaysay, Zamboanga del Sur from Sapa Anding
Basic
Agriculture.
education and culture. Hindi, ito wala.
House Bill number 3605, 3612, 3644, converting provincial roads in national roads in the provinces of Batangas, Rizal, Davao del Sur. Representative Bolilla Acop Cagas.
Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 3606 and 3633, increasing the bed capacities of San Jose District Hospital and East Avenue Medical Center in the province of Occidental Mindoro and Quezon City. Ramirez Sato, Suntay, and Crisologo.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 3607, rationalizing the equitable shares of teachers by increasing the salary grade of teachers 1 to teacher 3. Ramirez Sato.
Appropriations.
House Bill number 3608 and 3609, establishing junior high schools in the provinces of Leyte. Representative Kari.
Education and culture.
House Bill number 3610, synchronizing the opening of all classes in all schools in the Philippines. Representative Escudero.
Education and culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 3611, promoting the holistic development of basic education students by establishing no homework policy for kinder to grade 12, prescribing the taking of textbook out of school for kinder to grade 6 students in all public and private schools. Representative Escudero.
Basic education and culture.
House Bill number 3613, providing for a Bill of Rights of Commuters. Representative Vargas.
Transportation.
House Bill number 3614, regulating the catching, sale, purchase, possession, transportation, importation, and exportation of all sharks, rays, and chimeras. Representative Vargas.
Natural Resources.
House Bill number 3615, granting incentive to Filipino filmmakers who were granted honors in notable international film festivals. Representative Vargas.
Public Information.
House Bill number 3616, exempting green vehicles from the motor vehicles users charge. Representative Vargas.
Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 3617, providing for a framework in the care and treatment of diabetes. Representative Vargas.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 3618, creating a dental unit in every rural health unit under the DOH. Representative Vargas.
The same committee.
House Bill number 3619, creating the Land Transportation Authority. Representative Vargas.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 3620, including education on the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines in grade 12 senior high school curricula of all public and private educational institutions. Representative Vargas.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 3621, providing for the protection of the rights of airline passengers. Representative Vargas.
Transportation.
House Bill number 3622, imposing a 6-year moratorium on the increase of all government fees and charges. Representative Vargas.
Ways and Means.
House Bill number 3623, institutionalizing sustainable coastal tourism. Representative Vargas.
Tourism.
House Bill number 3624, enhancing citizens' access to government information and services. Representative Vargas.
Public Information.
House Bill number 3625, requiring the inclusion of ethnic origin in the national survey conducted by the PSA. Representative Vargas.
Population and Family Relations.
House Bill number 3626, establishing the National Traffic Enforcement and Management Sector. Representative Vargas.
Transportation.
House Bill number 3627, prohibiting the boundary system of paying wages to drivers and conductors of buses, jeepneys, and other types of mass transportation system. Representative Villanueva Noel.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 3628, creating the additional branch of the RTC in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in Alfonso Calvite. Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill numbers 3629 and 3732, requiring the registration of all users of subscriber identity module cards. Representative Pineda Romero and Agabas.
Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 3630, establishing a framework for film and television tourism in the Philippines. Representative Nieto.
Public Information.
House Bill number 3631, providing for the establishment and support of a drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation center in every province throughout the Philippines. Representative Nieto.
Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill number 3632, imposing stiffer penalties for child prostitution and other sexual abuse, child trafficking, and other acts of abuse. Representative Gonzales Aurelio.
Welfare and Children.
House Bill number 3634, establishing an elementary school in H. Romero, Zaragoza, Nueva Ecija to be known as H. Romero Elementary School. Representative Swansing Estrelita.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 3635, 3645, 3646, and 3649, establishing creating national high schools in the provinces of Nueva Ecija and Davao del Sur. Representative Swansing Estrelita and Cagas.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3636, establishing the National Criminal Database Center under the DICT. Representative C. Alvarado.
Public Order and Safety.
House Bill number 3637 and 3663, creating the Department of Overseas Filipinos, Overseas Filipino Workers. Representative C. Alvarado and Bolilla.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill number 3638, amending the Seed Industry Development Act of 1992. Representative Zamora Y. Corat.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 3639, repealing the minimum height requirement for all applicants to the PNP, the BFP, and the BJMP. Representative Tupas.
Public Order and Safety.
House Bill number 3640, providing for a universal social pension for senior citizens. Representative Bagatsing.
Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill number 3641, creating the Community Health Worker Education and Training Program. Representative Bagatsing.
Health.
House Bill number 3642 and 3712, reinstating the mandatory ROTC for all tertiary level students. Representative Cagas and Nomentado.
Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill number 3643, granting civil service eligibility under certain conditions to government employees who are appointed under temporary status and who have rendered at least 5 years of continuous and efficient service. Representative Cagas.
Civil Service.
House Bill number 3647, providing for additional benefits and privileges to senior citizens. Representative Cagas.
Senior Citizens.
House Bill number 3648, declaring Barangay Balutakay in Bansalan, Davao del Sur as an agro-tourism site. Representative Cagas.
Tourism.
House Bill number 3650, amending the pertinent laws on the retirement benefits and pension of uniformed personnel. Representative Paduano.
Government Enterprises and Privatization and National Defense and Security.
House Bill number 3651, establishing malasakit centers in all government hospitals. Representative Tan Angelina.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 3652 and 3670, postponing the May 2020 synchronized barangay and SK elections. Representative Alvarez Henaro and Heron.
Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 3653, institutionalizing malasakit centers to complement the implementation of RA number 11223. Representative Gonzaga.
Health.
House Bill number 3654 and 3747, strengthening the roles and the functions of the PESA. Representative Halushos and Rodriguez.
Economic Affairs and Trade and Industry.
House Bill number 3655, upgrading the minimum salary grade of government nurses and other healthcare professionals. Representative Yap Eric Tulfo Intaduran.
Appropriations.
House Bill number 3656, creating the Department of Water Resources. Representative Savillano.
Government Reorganization, Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 3657, ensuring weekends as days of rest for public and private school teachers by providing for the right to conduct meetings, conferences, trainings, and similar activities during weekdays. Representative Castro Franz, Gaitek, Colyamat, Brosas, and Ilago.
Education and Culture.
House Bill number 3658, mandating the inclusion of road use, etiquette, and safety education in the curriculum of the Enhanced Basic Education Program. Representative Quaresma.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3659, mandating all SUCs in the province of Nueva Vizcaya to establish an indigenous people resource and training center. Representative Quaresma.
Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 3660, prohibiting the use of chlorine in all fishing activities. Representative Aumentado.
Aquaculture.
House Bill number 3661, requiring subdivision and condominium owners or developments and LGUs implementing housing projects to provide open spaces for tree planting. Representative Aumentado.
Housing.
House Bill number 3662, prioritizing the construction of a special concrete local road network in areas where the national road network is almost 100% completed. Representative Aumentado.
Public Works.
House Bill number 3664, renaming the Marawi, Magining, Bumbaran, Mua Road in the province of Lanao del Sur to Governor Mamintal M. Adyong Senior National Road. Representative Adyong.
To the same committee.
House Bill number 3665, creating the Lake Lanao Development Authority. Representative Adyong.
Government Enterprise and Privatization.
House Bill number 3666, declaring the 26th of June every year as a special working holiday in the country in celebration of the LGBTQ Equality Day. Representative Bascog.
Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill number 3667, declaring Agusan Marsh located in the municipalities of Talacogan, San Francisco, Rosario, Bunawan, Loreto, La Paz, and Veruela in the provinces of Agusal del Sur as an ecotourism zone. Representative Plaza.
Tourism.
House Bill number 3668, instituting reforms in real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines. Representative Plaza.
Government Reorganization.
House Bill number 3669, strengthening the private sector industry. Representative Heron.
Or Public Order and Safety.
House Bill number 3671, enhancing revenue administration and collection by granting amnesty on all unpaid impositions levied by the government for taxable year 2017 and prior years. Representative Garin
Ways and
Charo.
Means.
House Bill number 3672, defining hate speech, Representative Hataman and Sankopan.
Human rights.
House Bill number 3673, establishing a national sex offender registry, Representative Bustos.
Public order.
House Bill number 3674, mandating the appointment of one midwife for each barangay, Representative
health.
Tan. House Bill number 3675, mandating the timely provision of land loans to farmers, Representative D. Faustino
Agriculture
Maiga.
and food.
House Bill number 3676, increasing the salary grade of public school teachers from salary grade 11 to 15, Representative
Appropriations.
Lacson. House Bill number 3677, strengthening the expanding professional rights and work incentives of public school teachers, Representative Lacson.
Basic education.
House Bill number 3678 and 3681, seeking creations of national high schools in Zamboanga City, Dalipe.
To the same committee.
House Bill number 3682, providing for an early optional retirement for disabled persons working in the government, Romualdez Ferdinand,
Social
Romualdez Sierra.
services.
House Bill number 3683, mandating DPWH to prioritize the construction of the necessary infrastructure, Representative Villa.
Public works.
House Bill number 3684, establishing an intergovernmental task force for the protection and assistance of tourists, Representative Villa.
Tourism.
House Bill number 3685, restructuring the Philippine National Railway System, Representative C. Alvarado.
Government enterprises and privatization and transportation.
House Bill number 3686, promoting research on dystonia.
Committee on health.
House Bill number 3687, declaring buying or selling exportation cannabis bananas from contracted farms to a non-party to the contract as an economic sabotage, Representative Mendoza.
Revision of laws.
House Bill number 3688, providing for the Magna Carta for farm workers and enterprises and organizations in the informal economy, Representative Mendoza.
Labor and employment.
House Bill number 3689, banning drinking of intoxicating beverage in open public areas, Representative Castelo.
Public order and safety.
House Bill number 3690, requiring transportation network companies to install CCTV cameras in their transportation network vehicle systems, Castelo.
Transportation.
House Bill number 3691, mandating the construction of a permanent evaluation center in every natural disaster-prone locality, Representative Castelo.
Disaster management.
House Bill number 3692, providing for the protection of OFW dependents by setting up for them a special pension fund in the event of income loss due to death or disability, Representative
Overseas
Castelo.
workers affairs.
House Bill number 3693, prohibiting spitting in the public nationwide, Representative Castelo.
Health.
House Bill number 3694, prescribing stiffer penalties to owners of drivers of trucks who load them in excess of payload, Representative Castelo.
Transportation.
House Bill number 3695, mandating the adoption of online payment scheme at the BOC, Representative Castelo.
Ways and means.
House Bill number 3696, establishing a senior citizens grievance desk in every barangay, Representative Castelo.
Senior citizens.
House Bill number 3697, mandating the inclusion of at least one healthy beverage option among fast food chains and restaurants, Representative Castelo.
Committee on health.
House Bill number 3698, mandating installation of a smoke extraction ventilation system in every major establishment, Representative Castelo.
To the same committee.
House Bill number 3699, institutionalizing the Pondo para sa Pagbabago at Pag-asenso P3 program of the government, Representative Castelo.
Micro, small, and medium enterprise development.
House Bill number 3700, designated the month of January as National Parents Month, Representative Castelo.
Population and family relation.
House Bill number 3701, mandating public hospital owned by the national government to grant free hospitalization to indigent senior citizens, Representative Castelo.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 3702, granting cash reward to recipients of Academic Excellence Award or Latin Honors in College, Representative Castelo.
Higher and technical education.
House Bill number 3703, granting discount benefits to all solo parents, Representative
Revision of
Castelo.
laws.
House Bill number 3704, providing scholarship grants to honor graduates to pursue graduate studies, Representative Castelo.
Higher and technical education.
House Bill number 3705, instituting the Magna Carta for daycare workers, Representative Castelo.
Welfare of children.
House Bill number 3706, prohibiting the access of minors to alcohol and penalizing establishments that furnish alcohol to minors,
To the same
Representative
committee.
House Bill number 3707, providing the Magna Carta for barangays, Representative Barba.
Local government.
House Bill number 3708, declaring the 2nd Legislative District of Bohol as the farm tourism destination capital of the province of Bohol, Representative
Tourism.
Tad. House Bill number 3709, mandating to institutionalize reforms in the procurement and fund disbursement system in the science, engineering, and technology research and Development and Extension Operations. Representative Aumentado.
Science and Technology.
House Bill number 3710, prohibiting the exploration of coal and the installation of any coal power plant in the 2nd Legislative District of Bohol. Aumentado.
Ecology.
House Bill number 3711, prohibiting hospitals and medical clinics from withholding death certificates of the deceased patients due to non-payment of hospital bills, professional fees, and other medical expenses.
Committee
Aumentado.
on Health.
House Bill number 3713, renewing the franchise granted to ABS-CBN Corporation. Representative
Franchises.
House Bill number 3714, establishing reforms to the regulation of collective bargaining agreement and management and employees bargaining unit and establishment.
Labor
Representative
and Employment.
House Bill number 3715, protecting workers in the event of company closures or cessation of operations. Tambunting.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3716, strengthening the Commission on Human Rights. Representative
Human Rights.
House Bill number 3717, instituting the Open Electronic Learning School System in the Philippines. Representative Tambunting.
Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 3718, repealing the incentive provisions of industries and sector-specific and investments-related laws. Representative Tambunting.
Trade and Industry.
House Bill number 3719, providing for women empowerment.
Women
Representative
and Gender Equality.
House Bill number 3720, providing for the share in the national taxes of LG.
Local Government.
House Bill number 3721, the holding and detention of human cadavers by hospital, clinics, morgues, funerals, parlors, and non-payment of hospital medical bills and funeral expenses. Representative
Health.
Tambuting. House Bill number 3722, providing stiffer penalties for robbery, theft, and destruction of public property. Representative Tambunting.
Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 3723, institutionalizing the creation of the Plastic Bag Recycling Act of 2019. Representative Tambunting.
Ecology.
House Bill number 3724, promoting the revitalization, rehabilitation, and modernization of the PNR. Representative Tambunting.
Government Enterprises and Transportation.
House Bill number 3725, prohibiting the use of the disposable polyester food container, disposable non-recyclable plastic food container, and disposable non-recyclable content paper container. Representative Tambunting.
Ecology.
House Bill number 3726, establishing a drug rehabilitation center in the city of Parañaque, Metro Manila. Representative.
Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill number 3727, declaring February 23 of every year as National Rotary Day and regular working day.
Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 3728, establishing an elderly care and nursing complex in the city of Parañaque. Representative Tambunting.
Senior Citizens.
House Bill number 3729, ordaining the promotion of social enterprises to alleviate poverty.
Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill number 3730, declaring July 27 of every year special non-working holiday.
Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 3731, increasing the authorized campaign expenditures of candidates in political parties.
Suffrages.
House Bill number 3733, requiring patients to plant 2 trees for every child born to them. Agabas.
Deforestation.
House Bill number 3734, strengthening the rules of paper use and display of our national symbols in the rendition of the national anthem. Escudero.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 3735, providing stronger protection for children against sexual abuse. Zubiri.
Welfare of Children.
House Bill number 3736, mandating the CHED to include labor education as an elective in higher education curriculum.
Higher and
Representative Rodriguez.
Technical Education.
House Bill number 3737, establishing the Philippine Higher Education Career System. Representative Rodriguez.
To the same committee.
House Bill number 3738, changing the name of the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines into the University of Science and Technology of the Philippines.
Same
Representative
committee.
Rodriguez. House Bill number 3739, providing guidelines on the establishment and operation of local universities, colleges. Representative Rodriguez.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3740, expanding entrepreneur-based education and training. Representative Rodriguez.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3741, mandating higher education institutions and TACVOC institutions to ensure the safety and security of all academic community from internal and external.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3742, adopting community service restitution, reparation, and indemnification, fine discharge, house arrest, and other restorative justice measures in the process of including compliance to attached conditions such as counseling, institutionalized or non-institutional rehabilitation as alternative imprisonment. Representative Rodriguez.
Justice.
House Bill number 3740, providing for a general reapportionment of the legislative districts of the Philippines pursuant to the 2017 census. Representative Rodriguez.
Local Government.
House Bill number 3744, declaring May 18 of every year as National Higher Education Day. Representative Rodriguez.
Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 3745, establishing a medical scholarship and Return Service Program to deserving students. Representative Rodriguez.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3746, requiring mining firms to reforest lands that they have excavated and forests that they have denuded. Representative Rodriguez.
Natural Resources.
House Bill number 3748, establishing the Mindanao Institute of Good Governance. Representative Rodriguez.
Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 3749, including new subjects in the curricula of schools in the Philippines. Representative Rodriguez.
Basic Education, Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 3750, banning the use of mercury and other toxic materials in skin whitening products, cosmetic, and other personal care products. Representative Rodriguez.
Health.
House Bill number 3751, giving tax credit to physicians rendering pro bono services to poor patients. Representative
Ways and
Rodriguez.
Means.
House Bill number 3752, making IBP legal aid clients exempt from the payment of docket fees and other fees. Representative Rodriguez.
Justice.
House Bill number 3753, granting legal residency status to certain aliens in the Philippines.
Same committee.
House Bill number 3754, establishing a financial assistance program for poor litigants. Representative Rodriguez.
Poverty Elevation.
House Bill number 3755, amending Section 36 of Republic Act number
Dangerous
9165. House Bill number 3756, amending Section 43 of
Local
Republic Act
government.
766. Rodriguez. House Bill number 3757, instituting the expanded Balikbayan program by Representative
Overseas
Rodriguez.
Workers Affairs.
House Bill number 3758, establishing resource centers for indigenous cultural communities, indigenous people by Representative Rodriguez.
Indigenous Cultural Communities.
House Bill 3759, providing for hospital benefits and other privileges for teachers and their dependents by Representative Rodriguez.
Education and Culture.
House Bill number 3760, regulating pesticide chemical residues in food by
Committee
Representative
on Health.
Rodriguez. House Bill number 3761, requiring local governments to earmark a portion of their internal revenue allotments for pre-medicine to indigent patients in their localities by Representative Rodriguez.
Local Government.
House Bill 3762, instituting the citizen service training course by Representative Rodriguez.
Higher and Technical Education and National Defense.
House Bill 3763, providing for aviation noise management and reduction in residential areas by
Transportation.
House Bill 3764, instituting reforms in land administration by Representative Rodriguez.
Government Reorganization and Natural Resources.
House Bill number 3765, protecting children and other vulnerable subpopulations from exposure to certain environmental pollutants by Representative Rodriguez.
Welfare of Children.
House Bill 3766, instituting mechanisms for the establishment of a children's health insurance program by Representative Rodriguez.
Health.
House Bill 3767, banning the use of mercury in all Philippine healthcare facilities and
To
institutions.
the same
by
committee.
Rodriguez. House Bill 3768, providing compensation for persons wrongfully convicted of a crime.
Justice.
Rodriguez. House Bill 3769, regulating foreign programming through a granting of landing rights, designating the National Telecommunications Commission as an appropriate regulatory body by Representative Rodriguez.
Information Communications Technology.
House Bill 3770, amending Republic Act number 9296 by Representative
Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 3771, providing for omnibus amendments to Republic Act 7160 by Representative
Local Government.
House Bill 3772, amending Republic Act number 740.
Senior Citizens.
House Bill 3773, establishing the Institute for Strategic Studies by Representative
Economic
Rodriguez.
Affairs.
House Bill 3774, converting the National Education Testing Research Center into a National Education Assessment and Evaluation Authority.
Basic Education and
Rodriguez.
Culture.
House Bill 3775, qualifying the killing of members of broadcast and print media in local exercise of their function as such as a crime of murder punishable under Article 248 of Revised Penal Code by
Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 3776, providing for the minimum contents of a comprehensive reports of elections to the President and to Congress by the Comunic by Representative Rodriguez.
Suffrage.
House Bill number 3777, establishing a land development authority by Representative Rodriguez.
Government Enterprises and Privatization and the Special Committee on Land Use.
House Bill 3778, mandating LGUs to grant hazard pay of 2,000 pesos per month to local government.
Local Government.
Rodriguez. House Bill 3779, instituting the Boy Scouts of the Philippines Charter by Representative
Government
Rodriguez.
Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 3780, prohibiting the privatization of government hospitals
Health.
by Representative Rodriguez. House Bill 3781, providing for an expanded voucher system in the elementary and secondary education by Representative Rodriguez.
Education and Culture.
House Bill 3782, banning the production and selling of silver jewelry cleaning solutions, agents containing cyanide and other toxic substances by Representative Rodriguez.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3783, prohibiting the use of lead in the production of paints in the country by Representative Rodriguez.
Same committee.
House Bill 3784, banning the use of cyanides, dynamite, and other forms of illegal fishing techniques in the live fish trade in the Philippines by Representative Rodriguez.
Aquaculture.
House Bill 3785, providing for additional benefits for public school teachers who are killed in the performance of their duties by Representative Rodriguez.
Basic Education.
House Bill 3786, providing for the live media coverage of court proceedings in the Philippines by Representative Rodriguez.
Justice.
House Bill number 3787, prohibiting the imposition of fees and charges on dormant accounts by Representative Rodriguez.
Banks.
House Bill 3788, prescribing the strengthening of the National Agriculture and Fisheries Extension System by Representative Rodriguez.
Agriculture and Aquaculture.
House Bill 3789, providing for the implementation of pay jail scheme upgrade to certain qualified inmates by Representative Rodriguez.
Justice.
House Bill 3790, providing for the regulation of the registration, licensing, and practice of aeronautical engineering.
Civil Service and
Rodriguez.
Professional Regulation.
House Bill 3791, strengthening the Office of the Ombudsman.
Justice.
House Bill 3719, amending Section 52 of RA 8435 by Rodriguez.
Agriculture and Aquaculture.
House Bill 3793, mandating that the Philippine National Police Academy select one cadet for each from every congressional district every year to comprise
order.
as Rodriguez. House Bill 3794, creating the National Environmental Protection Agency of the Philippines by
Government Reorganization and Natural Resources.
House Bill 3795, enhancing the continuing professional development of Filipino workers and professionals by Representative.
Civil Service and Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 3796, providing communication accessibility to Filipino deaf and hard of hearing for full inclusion into the mainstream of society.
Social Services.
House Bill 3797, requiring the publication of any foreign aid agreement within 1 month after signing thereof into national.
Economic Affairs.
Rodriguez. House Bill 3798, amending RA 7279, Representative Rodriguez.
Housing.
House Bill 3799, amending Act Number 2031 by Representative Rodriguez.
Committee on Banks.
House Bill 3800, including any treaty or international executive agreement in the scope and application.
Appropriations.
Rodriguez. Resolutions. House Resolution 203, conducting investigation of the minority of the House of Committee on Health on the alleged overstocking and use expired medicine by the DOH.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 204, directing the House Committee on Metro Development to inquire into the apparent adverse effects on the implementation of MMD Regulation Number 1906.
Rules.
Escudero. House Resolution 205, urging the House of the Committee on Human Rights to investigate the shooting incident of human rights advocate Brandon Lee and Lagawi Ifugawa,
The Committee on Rules.
Pulyamat, Sarate, Gaite Brosas, and Ilago. House Resolution 206, investigating the implementation of animal welfare and pet ownership laws and ordinances by Representative Ong Roni.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 207, condemning the threats, harassment, and trump-up charges against Ophelia Tabacon by Representative Castro, Gaiti, Colyamat, Brosas, and Ilago.
Rules.
House Resolution 208, urging the BSP to adopt currency indicators to aid visually impaired people to identify banknotes by
Committee on Banks.
House Resolution 209, urging the CHED to scrap its Memorandum Ordinance Number 20 by Representative Ilago, Castro France, Sarati, Gaiti,
Higher and Technical Education.
House Resolution 210, urging the Committee on Banks to investigate the looming increases in bank ATM users' fees by Representative
Rules.
Campos. House Resolution 211, congratulating and commending Rachel Alamil Besamant, a Filipina, for being conferred the Order of Australia Award by Representative Castelo.
Welfare of Children.
House Resolution 212, expressing the profound condolences of the House to the family of late Senado Arena Yap, wife of former Representative Jose Aping Yap, and
Rules.
mother of Jose Yap, by Representative Lopez. House Resolution 213, urging the prohibition of single-use plastics in all government offices by Representative Barba.
Ecology.
House Resolution number 214, directing the Committee on Ability of the National Poverty Situation to include the comprehensive review and assessment of existing poverty data and poverty reduction programs.
Committee on Rules.
Barba. House Resolution 215, urging the Supreme Court of the Philippines to seriously consider the holding of annual bar examination in Manila, Cebu City, and Cagayan de Oro City by Representative Rodriguez.
Justice.
Communications, letter dated May 24, 2018 by Attorney Roy L. Ursal, Director 4, Regional Director, COA, Region 9, Davao.
Appropriations.
Letter dated September 26, 2018, Ruth R. Quintanar, OIC, Audit Team Leader, COA, furnishing the House.
Appropriations.
Letter dated October 1, 2018, Maria Glenda E. Lim, State Auditor 5, Supervising Auditor, Office.
Appropriations.
Letter dated October 9, 2018, General Ricardo Vizcaya, Administration NAIA, submitting.
Appropriations.
Letter dated October 16, 2018, Maria Glenda Lim, State Auditor 5, Supervising Auditor, Office.
Agriculture.
Letter dated October 16, 2018, Cesar Dulay, Commissioner BIR.
Appropriations.
Letter dated 19 October 2018, Cecilia Borromeo, President CEO of DBP.
Ways and Means.
Letter dated October 22, 2018, Maria Glenda Lim, State Auditor 5, Supervising Auditor, Regional Office 6, COA, furnishing the copy of the AR Metro Calibo Water District, Calibo, Aklan for the years ended December 31, 2013, 2014.
Appropriations.
Letter dated October 23, 2018, Maria Almazar Cid Tuanyo Amador, OIC, BSP, submitting the House a report in the Philippine National.
Banks.
The letter dated October 26, 2018, Maria Glenda Lim, State Auditor 5, Supervising Auditor, Regional Office Number 6.
Appropriations.
Letter dated October 30, 2018, Silvestre Bello III, Secretary, DOLE, submitting Department Report to Congress on the semi-annual report.
Labor.
Letter dated October 30, 2018, of Isidro La Peña, Commissioner, BOC, DOF, submitting the Tour of Duty Report as
Ways and Means.
Letter dated October 31, 2018, of Bernadette I. Gloria, OIC, Team Leader, Regional Office Number 7, COA, transmitting a copy of
Appropriations.
letter dated November 5, 2018, Rolando T. Bangalao, State Auditor 3, Audit Team Leader, COA, furnishing the copy.
Appropriations.
Letter dated November 5, 2018, Leia Ruiz, Secretary, DFA, furnishing the House a copy.
Foreign Affairs.
Letter dated 11 December 2018 of Nestor Espana, Governor, BSP, submitting.
Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated December 17, 2018, Evelyn Marañaon, State Auditor 5, Supervising Auditor.
Appropriations.
Letter dated December 28, 2018, Maria Glenda Lim, State Auditor 5, Supervising Auditor, Regional Office.
Appropriations.
Letter dated January 6, 2019, Michael R. Bacani, Regional Director, Regional Office Number 1, COA, transmitting a copy of Financial Year 2018 AR Northern Foods Corporation.
Appropriations.
Letter dated 11 January 2019 of Ahmad Rizali Moti, CEO, Home Development.
Government Enterprise and Privatization.
Letter dated January 23, 2019, Prof. Sultan Wardaton
Muslim
Solaiman.
Affairs.
Letter dated February 15, 2019 of Sec. Sitio, Presidential Advisor and Legislative Affairs, Head PLN.
Appropriations.
Letter dated February 22, 2019 of Maria Glenda Lim, State Auditor 5, Supervising Auditor, Regional Office 6.
Appropriations.
Letter dated 15 March 2019, Benjamin Jokno, the Governor, BSP.
Committee on Banks.
Letter dated March 29, 2019, Benjamin Jokno, Governor, BSP.
Appropriations.
Letter dated 11, 2019, Alicia De La Rosa Bala, Chairperson, Civil Service Commission.
Service.
Letter dated April 24, 2019, Maria Glenda Lim.
Appropriations.
Letter dated May 29, 2019 of Idria Carpo, State Auditor.
Appropriations.
Letter dated June 28 of A. Karam, State Auditor 4.
Appropriations.
Letter dated July 1, 2019, Maria Grace Reyes, State Audit.
Appropriations.
Report of Fund Utilization Status Program Project Implementation of the Municipality of Calao, Quezon.
Appropriations.
2015 Annual Report, Bureau of Treasury.
Appropriations.
2016 Annual Report of Bureau of Treasury.
Appropriations.
2017 Annual Report
Trade
of
and
BPI.
Industry.
2017 Annual Report of BCDA.
Basis Conversion.
2016 to 2018 the President
Islamic
Report of the
Affairs.
People. 2017 to 2018 Audit Report and Technical Report of
Appropriations.
Paris to Water District. 2018 Audit Report of the COA.
Appropriations.
2018 Audit Report of the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone.
Appropriations.
2018 Audit Report of the Isabela State University.
Appropriations.
2018 Audit Report on the Subic Bay Alliance for Development.
Appropriations.
2018 Audit Reports and 2017 Biennial Audit
Appropriations.
Reports. Bangon Marawi, Marawi City Master Development
Mindanao
Plan, November
Affairs.
28. Philippines Mindanao Jobs Report.
Same committee.
Quarterly Review Magazine of the ILG.
Local government.
2018 Annual Report on the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and
Appropriations.
Port Authority. 2018 Annual Report on the Zamboanga State College of Science and
Appropriations.
Technology. 2018 Annual Report on the
Appropriations.
Northwestern Mindanao. 39 Annual Report of Zamboanga del Sur Electric Cooperative.
Energy.
Annual Report of the Numancia Water District.
Appropriations.
2018 Annual Report on Baris Water District in Region 10.
Appropriations.
Annual Audit Report on Baris Water District in Region 4A.
Appropriations.
Annual Audit Report on the Dipolog City Water District.
Appropriations.
Annual Audit Report on the Tubungan Water District, Tubungan, Iloilo.
Appropriations.
Special Assistant for Project Sustainability for Pinatubo Hazard
Public Works and Highways.
2018 Comprehensive Financial and Narrative Report.
Energy. Johnny the Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to manifest a matter that will be important to us for next week,
Ready to proceed?
August 20, and because it's a sandwich day, August 19 is a holiday in Quezon City due to the Manuel L. Quezon Day, and August 21 is another holiday. However, the Speaker has instructed the Rules Committee to announce to the membership of the House that we will be conducting a session on Tuesday, since we will be receiving the budget on Tuesday, and we will have a guest from Saudi Arabia. The Speaker of the Parliament of Saudi Arabia will be coming over also. So everybody is enjoined to attend the session on Tuesday, August 20, and we will also be, once we receive the budget, we will also have a reference of business for this to be immediately brought to the Committee on Appropriations so that we will be conducting meetings by Thursday and Friday. So that's the manifestation of the Rules Committee, Mr. Speaker.
Manifestation is duly noted. Lord Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to call the roll of members. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to call the roll members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abante. Baya. Abellanosa. Abu. Abueg Zaldivar. Abunda. Acop. Acosta. Acosta Alba. Adyong. Advincula. Agabas. Agarao. Aglipay. Aguinaldo. Albano Antonio, Albano Rodolfo, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Pimentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Berzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Yason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Compañero, Cayetano Mayor Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cuanco, Collantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Agook, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Los Santos Montalia, De Maporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Farinas Ria, Farinas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Frere Juliet, Frere Luis, Flores, Fong Juan, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Carlo, Rosetta, Guico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halos Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Ominal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez-Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento Edgar Mary, Saulug, Savillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Tambut, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yolago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. The speakers present. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 254 members responded to the call.
With 254 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Irene Gay Saulog, Kalinga Party List. We have with us the regional volunteer leaders. We have Ms. Marina De Luna, Mr. Jose Patricio, Mr. Reynaldo Libao, Mr. Maricris Eaton, Mr. Isaiah Squanca, Mr. Bobby Sim, Mr. Rodel Kiambao, Mr. Julius Salido, Ms. Maria Luisa Sumatra, Mr. Arnel De Luna, Ms. Mona Patricio, Mr. Renario Iton, Mr. William Pagarigan, Mr. Loreto Cabantog, Ms. Rina Sim, Mr. Joel Tenorio, Ms. Emmy Cabantog, and Ms. Yolanda Sulayaw.
Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge the guests of Deputy Speaker Robbie Puno. We have with us principals and teachers of DepEd Antipolo City, including former Congresswoman, the Honorable Chiki Roa Puno, and Honorable Randy Puno, board member of the 1st District of Antipolo.
Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Yasser Balindog. We have with us the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Mr. Abdul Ghani Kaludtyag, Mr. Noor Amin Kaludtyag, Ms. Rasida Kaludtyag, and Mr. Muhammad Kayampao.
Again, welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Cheryl De Loso Montalia from the 2nd District of Zambales. We have the Liga ng mga Barangay of San Narciso, Barangay Captain Resurrection Ferrareza, Barangay Captain Susana Santos, Barangay Captain Erickson Morales, Barangay Captain Armando Alcones Jr., Barangay Captains Romulo Rivas, Marites De Guidoy, Cherry Ann Andal, George Mata, Aproniano Balaba Jr., Onofre Soler, Marcos Falsario, Edwin Dumlao, Pasita Fare, Medi Cacho, Gerson Rosales, Marvin Manangan, and Luis Famanilay.
Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker,
Lord Leader.
may we request for the recognition or acknowledgement of the guest of the Honorable Manuel T. Sagarbarria, representative of the 2nd District of Negros Oriental. They are Barangay Captain Jo Marie T. Badoy and Barangay Captain Greg Mario Cinco.
Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, we would also like to request the acknowledgement of the guest of Party List Representative Honorable Nina Otaduran of the AXIS Party List. The guests are from the Provinciano Ipagmalaki rito. They are Albert Antivo, Dr. Joy Inglaterra, Ian Chanero, Cassandra Cabrera, Rain Capitle, Marlon Sipukot, Alain Madrid, Jen Kahusay, Gemma Tibon, Audrey Rose Bayona, Joey Lomerio, Honorable Edison Ibora, Municipal Councilor of Santa Cruz, Laguna.
We welcome you to the House of Representatives.
We would like to request also, Mr. Speaker, for the acknowledgement of the guests of Deputy Speaker Eduardo Brother Eddie Villanueva. They are the leaders and members of the People's Coalition for Good Governance. They are Bishop Oscar Fernandez, Bishop Eduardo Dalisay, Joshua Nepomuceno Santa Lucia, Jessica Galon Santa Lucia, Elmer Tuyo Soresca, Jesus Balolong Escoliada, Lani Hania Escoliada, Jerry John Castro Petalino, Jeanette Galon Petalino, Robert Pirando Magno, Wilfredo Campano Traisalgar, Hector Milan Silguera, Ramon Porras Finafiel, Rosario Cerbeto Cababada, Maria Cecilia Velez Obregon, Joy Penuela Uribe, Noel Injabele Esmediana, Jan Ranier Pigarido Donela, Jasmine Gamosa de la Cruz, Fatima Numananap Nacional, Adrian Kahayagan Barreto, Faith Cabayaw Magno, Diobert Estolero Talha, Joseph Benedict Menion Alcain, Ronaline Bayoang Eslabon, Percival De La Torre Bayoang, Josephine Puasan Garcia, Roy Anthony Hidalgo Pastulero, Conchita Ginancial Suela, Ruby Belicena Hardiolen, Irene Gamardene Buenafe, Teresita Sabido Velez, Hazel Santa Lucia Dorinela, Brooke Seret Soleva Santa Lucia, and Ariel Gakit de la Cruz.
Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, we would also like to request for the acknowledgement of the guests of the Honorable Sergio C. Dagook of APIC Party List. He is Mr. Edison Ibora, a member of the Ang Provinciano, ipagmamalaki rito.
Nasaan? Wala. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for our business for the day, I move that we begin consideration of House Bill 1026 as contained in Committee Report Number 1, and could the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the House Bill as found in said committee report. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved, and the Secretary General is so directed.
House Bill number 1026, an act amending Section 141, 142, and 143 of Republic Act number 8424 as amended, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? None. Same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, for his chance to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, the gentleman from the 2nd District of Albay. I move for the recognition of the Honorable Joey Salceda. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Salceda, Chairman of the Sponsoring Committee, is hereby recognized for his sponsorship.
Honorable Speaker, my colleagues in the 18th Congress, we seek your approval of this vital measure for 5 reasons. 6. 1, we need to finance universal health care. 2nd, we must reduce the impact to health of alcohol drinking, especially the rising cases of binge drinking among women. And just to cite 2 data, first, if we don't do this, 37,000 people will die because of alcohol. Second, deaths due to alcohol are actually higher than tobacco between age 20 to 30. With respect to the economic impact, based on certain studies or proxy measures, alcohol consumption actually cost our country, our nation, for 200 billion pesos per year. Number 4, in terms of consumption, actually the poor consumes more of their income on liquor than rich people. And therefore, people who cannot afford the health costs are precisely the ones who are made to drink more liquor. Number 2, aside from the expenditure incidence, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, is the fact we are the 2nd lowest priced liquor in the entire region. And number 2, if you compare the price on a dollar basis to our GDP per capita, we're also the 2nd lowest in the region. And therefore, there is room to grow. And therefore, it actually, from all indications, although it's falling from 0.66% of the total family income, it has fallen to 0.42%. Still, this represents significant risk to our families. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, my fellow colleagues, we need to restore the balance. In 2015, tobacco revenues compared to alcohol revenue was 70% tobacco, 30% alcohol. In 2012, Your Honor, it was 60-40. This bill essentially restores the equilibrium in terms of risk, the share of tobacco and alcohol taxes with respect to resources that are needed to resolve the impacts of tobacco consumption and alcohol consumption in socio-economic welfare. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg my colleagues to immediately approve this bill, which was actually approved in the last Congress on third reading. Thank you very much and good evening to everyone.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next to sponsor the measure is the lady from the 1st District of Nueva Ecija. I move for the resignation of the Honorable Estrelita Ging Swansing. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Swansing is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to sponsor House Bill number 1026 by the Department of Finance. Indeed, increasing the excise tax on alcohol product is of the clarion call. May I also take this opportunity to stress that this measure is likewise intended to discourage excessive consumption of alcohol products and ultimately reduce the number of people consuming it. Health advocates contend that alcohol products are health hazards which can cause non-communicable diseases, hampered brain development, and other cognitive defects. Various studies reveal that higher alcohol taxes also lead to lower incidence of vehicular accidents and violence committed against women and children. The excise tax on alcohol products accounts for an average of 33% of the total alcohol and tobacco excise tax collections, while the excise tax on tobacco products account for the larger 67% from year 2013 to 2017. According to the Family Income and Expenditure Survey, or FIES, alcohol accounts for 40% of the total alcohol and tobacco expenditure, while tobacco accounts for 60% of the total prior to the implementation of the sin tax law. This bill seeks to increase the tax on alcohol products to approximate the 40 to 60% sharing of alcohol and tobacco expenditure. May I also emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that the excise tax collections and the volume of removals of alcohol products continued to increase despite the implementation of Republic Act number 10351, or otherwise known as the Sin Tax Reform Law. This is very clear indication that the increase in the rates for alcohol products implemented in 2013 was not sufficient to reduce the consumption of alcohol. Mr. Speaker, this proposed measure is a swift and efficient response to the call of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte for Congress to pass a legislation that would increase the tax on alcohol products. It is quite ironic, to say the least, that one of the means or solutions preventing and curing the afflictions of alcohol consumption can also be found in the revenues of the causes of such diseases. For simpler and more efficient tax structure, better health of our people, and better health care for every Filipino, especially those who are poor and underprivileged, I beseech your support in passing this measure. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next to speak to sponsor the bill is the lady from the party list Ambis OWA. I move for the recognition of the Honorable Sharon Garin. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Garin is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. A pleasant good evening to the distinguished ladies and gentlemen of this august body. I stand before you with high hopes on your support for this important piece of legislation that covers the Package 2 Plus B of the Duterte administration's comprehensive tax reform program. Time and again, the lifeblood doctrine enshrined in the several Philippine jurisprudence states that taxes are the lifeblood of the government and that their prompt and certain availability is an imperious need. Government projects and programs like universal health care are made possible through availability of funds through taxation. It is then that taxes are what we pay for a civilized society. House Bill number 1026 seeks not only to increase the excise tax, but also to address the inequality on the collection from alcohol products with that of tobacco products. Currently, there is a 70-30 ratio between tobacco and alcohol. Although the passage of RA number 10351, or the Sin Tax Law in 2012, has improved the tax collection from both tobacco and alcohol products, there is still a need to saturate the tax rates on alcohol to particularly fund the universal health care which we have passed last 17th Congress. An estimate of more or less 32.94 billion of additional revenues will be generated on the first year of implementation of this measure. This incremental revenue may be used for the 257 billion requirement of the universal health care in the first year of its implementation. In particular, this measure seeks to impose on distilled spirits starting January 2020 an ad valorem tax rate of 22% plus specific tax rates of 30 pesos, 35 pesos, 40 pesos, 45 pesos in the Philippines is still lowest in Asia. Hence, we can afford to increase the taxes, hence increase the prices, and reach the 60-40 ratio of alcohol and tobacco excise taxes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
for their chance to interpellate the sponsors, Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from Party List Gabriela, the Honorable Arlene Brosas. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Brosas is hereby recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and Honorable Sponsor, will you please yield to a few questions, just 2 questions, with regards to the measure that you've presented?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, sa una pong tanong, sinasabi dito na the objective is to raise additional revenues to fund the Universal Healthcare or UHC program of the government. Meron po ba kung saan specifically mapupunta yung big part of the funding ng inyong measure?
May nakaraan na po tayong batas na nagsasaad na lahat pong proceeds na galing po sa alcohol, tobacco, automatic po mapupunta po sa DOH o sa health sector. So covered po yung batas. Pero certainly, Your Honor, we will most welcome an amendment or a provision from your sector that will essentially make clear to everyone that 50% of the entire proceeds from this measure will go to health. So we will most welcome a motion to amend, to reiterate, to make clear that half of the entire revenues goes to health.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good sponsor. Sabi po, yung big part of funding for the UHC will actually go to PhilHealth. Yun po yung ano, no? And PhilHealth has a history of financial losses. Alam po natin high benefits to its officials, 1.447 billion in bonuses, allowances, and other financial rewards noong 2012, 247.88 million in unauthorized benefits in 2009 to 2010, 163.9 billion in bonuses and financial assistance the government corporation gave its officials for 3 years, and other bureaucratic problems. Directly allotting the funds for the MOOE of hospitals will remove this bureaucratic layer. Kaya yun po sana yung isa sa mga suggestion namin, no? Para po directly mag-benefit ang mga mahihirap nating mamamayan. Tapos alam nyo naman po itong recent na issue ng PhilHealth, ano? It is involved in recent corruption issues, yung WellMed Dialysis Center, Ghost Kidney Treatment issue, saka yung losses na 154 million between 2013 and 2018 due to overpayment and fraud, and the mafia behind the padded claims. Actually, Inquirer pa nga ang naglabas dito sa investigative report ng mga fictitious patients. Ngayon, nangangamba po kami, no, na yung ating taxes, no, na sinasabi natin na i-increase natin yung taxes at ang mababurden ay mostly ang poor and middle class natin na nagko-consume ng tobacco and alcohol, saan baka po mapunta, no? Doon lang sa mga ganitong klase ng corruption at kung ano-ano pa within the PhilHealth. Kahit pa po sabihin natin, generally na UHC naman ang pupuntahan niya.
Tatlong bagay po. Number one, I cannot burn the house to catch the rat. So there's no way that we can escape a single-payer system to essentially handle, especially such 106 million Filipinos, and ensure that some form of assistance during their health emergencies. So hindi ho natin maiwasan na magkaroon ng isang institusyon tulad ng PhilHealth. Pangatlo, hindi ho ako averse o hindi ho ako takot. In fact, I am very sympathetic to so-called direct access modalities. Kahit nung nandun po ako sa Green Climate Fund at sa iba pang mga naupuan ko po na mga board, whenever there is a direct access modality being proposed, usually po may pagkiling po ako dahil po alam ko isa itong pamamaraan para po mabigyan ng disiplina yung mainstream o yung pinaka-mainline kung bibigyan mo po ng bypass route para po maiwasan natin yung sinasabi niyo pong bureaucratic mess, yung sinasabi niyo pong corruption, yung sinasabi pong mga iba-iba't pa pong bagay na halos lahat na po nasabi na tungkol sa PhilHealth. I will most certainly, isa lang kabeyat ko po, kuminsan po kasi, pag gumamit ka po ng mga bypass, nawawala po yung efficiency ng pagpili ng mga priorities dahil po nawawala po sa konteksto ng lahat po ng mga competing na mga proyekto, competing priorities. Bago ka maglano, ito para kay Joey, ito para kay Arlene, ito yung pag-ano. Kung gumamit ka ng bypass, hindi mo na po ito isasalang-alang. Anyway, in the long and short of it, we certainly share with your honor your desire to see deeper structural reforms, not just change of people in the PhilHealth in order to improve, mapasiguro po na ang perang to ay napupunta po sa tama.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. Honorable Sponsor, amenable po ba kayo doon sa pag-aalat directly, no, ng funding for public hospitals, direct health services, at hindi subsidio sa PhilHealth? Hindi subsidy sa PhilHealth? Do you agree?
Tama po.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Sponsor. Pangalawa po, may iba pa pong mga measures eh. Sabi nga dito sa study ng sinight kanina ni Honorable Swansing, yung survey po na nagsasabi na hindi naman nag-decrease or it remained the same yung sa survey ng mga cigarette smokers. Diba? According to the study of Professor Austria Mirna and lecturer Pagaduan Jason of DLSU, with the implementation of 6 Sin Tax Reform Act in 2012, the cigarette consumption decreased. Cigarette smokers remain the same as reflected by the survey above. Poor household consume less due to the price increase. The poor household are more responsive than rich households. The survey also says that there are smokers who attempted to quit but failed to the percentage of those who successfully quit remain the same or even lower. The study pointed out that the government should review the tobacco treatment and rehabilitation program, especially that nicotine is an addicting substance that requires professional support and guidance. The findings of the study support the positive effect of higher education to reduce cigarette consumption. Lastly, the study suggests making non-price measures to reduce cigarette consumption like cigarette bans on public places, information dissemination, prohibition of cigarette advertisements and promotions. So sinasabi po dito na comprehensive dapat. Hindi lang po yung pagtatax, yung dapat nating gawin. Mas higit pa to educate. And actually, to have a good, sabi nga dito ay rehabilitation eh. 'Di ba? Yan po yung, sa measure po ba ninyo ay naka-incorporate yun sa inyong House Bill? Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Kasi po, yung marami pong pamamaraan, subalit po itong bill na to po ay talaga nakafocus sa paggamit po ng presyo bilang faktor o bilang instrumento sa pagkontrol po ng pag-iinom. At nakita naman po namin, halimbawa, noong 2003, yung ating pong drinking prevalence ay nasa 53%. Pero dahil po sa mga reforma na nangyari noong 2005, by 2008, bumaba po ito ng 26.9. Nahirapan po ako sa mga numbers dito po sa pag-iinom dahil nga po ang hindi magaslaw masyado. Pero on the whole po, kung titingnan niyo po yung trend, pag inangat po yung presyo, bababa po ang konsumo. Although, based sa regression analysis, ang pag-iinom o ang alcohol intake is minimally inelastic. Ang ibig sabihin, kung bumagsak, taas po ang presyo ng 10%, bababa lang po yung konsumo ng 8%, and therefore po, net 2% po ang revenue ng Pilipinas. So, yun po ang sitwasyon natin dito. Base po sa response ng DOH sa akin ngayon, mayroon pong Interagency Task Force on Smoking, on Tobacco Control. Sabi ko, baka kailanganin din, i-expand po lang natin para wala nang pabago-bago o pwede naman po magawa ng isa po pong Interagency Task Force for alcohol control. So sa ngayon po meron po tayo for tobacco, wala po para sa alcohol.
Okay, thank you Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. We stand with the Filipino people in reducing smoking and alcohol consumption for health reasons. Ang gobyerno nga dapat talaga seriously nag-i-implement ng mga measures towards this end. Pero yung pag-increase po ng excise taxes and other taxes for tobacco products and alcohol na tax measure bilang nagmamasquerade na health measure, yun po yung hindi namin gusto. Parang ganyan, ano? Kasi po, parang ang tax measure na ito ay, ang main objective is to earn revenues from the ordinary people.
Ang sakit mo naman magsalita. Pero sa totoo lang po, it is intentionally regressive. Kasi wala akong kakayahan na may hirap na bayaran ng medical cost. Sila pa po to na pinaka nangunguna sa paggamit ng pera nila sa pang-araw-araw sa pagbili po ng alcohol. And therefore, the society will be better off, poor families will be better off if we increase the price of alcohol to make it less affordable so that we can avoid the health implications, at the same time all the other consequences due to drinking while driving, due to accidents, and due to the other diseases caused by alcohol. Most specifically, I'm worried actually, that's why I sponsored this bill. Dahil po nakita ko po na pag edad 20 hanggang 30, for every 1 death due to tobacco, to smoking, there are 4 deaths due to drinking. So that really pushed me in order and really pushed hard for this bill because certainly it promotes the whole. That's why I said that the philosophy of the Committee on Ways and Means is very simple. To create the most for the whole and to create the best for the more. It's both egalitarian and it's both majoritarian, and that is why we are pursuing such tax measures such as the alcohol tax.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, we are in unity with the reduction of the smoking and alcohol consumption. Malinaw po yun. Ang sinasabi lang po namin ay ang mostly ang mababurden o ang bulk, no, o magbe-bear ng brunt of the higher taxes ay ang mga poor and middle class din naman natin dahil sila din naman yung nagko-consume noon. Ngayon, ang sinasabi po natin kanina, dapat comprehensive nga natin na itackle ito. At yung sinasabi niyo pong interagency, it would help, pero mas gusto nating makita yung statistics na bumababa sa actual. No? Yung pagbaba ng consumption ng alcohol at saka ng cigarette. Yun po yung gusto natin. So, we are one in calling na pababain yun, pero hindi po at the expense na itatax natin ang mga kababayan natin ng malaki. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Sponsor.
Thank you. Nako.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next of our colleagues to interpellate is the Honorable Franz Castro. I move for her recognition. So moved, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Castro is hereby recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So yung atin po bang kaibigan, kinatawan ng probinsya ng Albay ay willing na sumagot ng ilang mga
Isang kagalakan ko po na tumingin sa kaliwa.
Kinatawang ito.
Mukhang nandiyan kayo ngayon, nasa tamang lugar, nasa kaliwa. Dati po, nasa kanan kayo eh. Kaya isang kagalakan sa akin na tumingin sa iyo na nasa tamang lugar. Wala.
Siguro, Mr. Speaker, doon sa comment ng ating kaibigan na kinatawan, kasi baka ito na yung pagbabago. Baka ito yung tunay na pagbabago.
Salamat. Kaysa niyo po ako dyan.
But nasa kaliwa daw tayo. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, alam natin may 3 objectives, ano? Yung bill na ito, yung Sin Tax Reform Bill na ito, tungkol sa tobacco, mapababa yung consumption ng tobacco at ng alcohol.
Alcohol po to.
Okay. So, increase revenues to fund the Universal Healthcare Program and increase the excise tax to reduce the demand for the alcohol and tobacco products at saka to address yung mga perceived na inequality on the excise tax collection on alcohol and tobacco products. So, dalawa yung concern natin as regards to the yung sa ating mga mamamayan, yung health concern at saka yung mga accidents and crime. So naniniwala po ang kinatawang ito, Mr. Speaker, na talagang contributory talaga yung intake ang taong umiinom ng alak ay talagang prone talaga sa accidents and crimes. Okay? Sa health concern naman, totoo naman talaga, Mr. Speaker, na malaki ang concern natin doon sa health ng ating mga mamamayan sa mga nag-i-intake ng tobacco and at alak. Kaisa niyo po rin ako dito sa mga pananaw na ito. In fact, ako nga allergic nga ako sa smoke. Kaya gusto ko rin na sana meron ding maganda itong measure na ito. Pero ang napansin ko lang dito sa measures na ito, Mr. Speaker, parang mas nauna yata yung pag-generate natin ng fund na ita-channel natin sa Universal Healthcare Program as dun sa concerned natin, doon sa health concerns and accidents and crimes. Tama po ba ang aking impression, Mr. Speaker?
Kahit wala akong revenue, kasi ang optimal po talaga na konsumo ng produktong ganito ay zero. Kung zero, di zero din ang revenue. Subalit, nasa mundo po tayo ng realidad. Hindi mo yan masusiro. In fact, prohibition does not work. It just creates more dysfunctional behavior in society. And therefore, this is just really in an orderly and systematic way of addressing a particular risk to health as well as to society. That's why one of the principal instruments globally is no longer about banning, it's really about controlling, using prices essentially to control consumption. So, in short, Madam, I would give the benefit of the doubt that talagang para po sa pag-reduce po, dahil kung makatipid lang tayo po ng 10% dun sa 211 billion na epekto ng pag-iinom, 21 billion po yun. Pero yung kikitain natin dito ay 16 billion lang. Sa makatuwid, dahil pag tiningnan nyo po, yung epekto nito na dati po nasisingil natin sa alcohol ay umaabot po ng 63.4 billion. Ngayon po, tataas mo ng 25% ang buwis dahil po sa measure na to sa makatuwid. Maiintindihan po natin na tataas ang revenue ng gobyerno, pero po ang volume bababa, and therefore, ang ibig sabihin po niyan, ang drinking prevalence po ay bababa din. Therefore, bababa din po ang economic cost to society.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ito po doon sa clarification lang po, Mr. Speaker, as regards to yung clarification na brewed and sold in microbreweries, small establishment, yung tungkol po sa fermented liquor. So meron po tayo, current tax ay 15 to 23.50 pesos. Ang proposed natin, maximum 40 to 55. So increased tax per year, 4% to 10%. Samantalang yung when brewed and sold in microbreweries and small establishment, pwede nyo po bang educate ako dito sa pagkakaiba na ito? Kasi maganda to, ni-remove nyo yung tax dito. So what is the difference between the two, Mr. Speaker, dun sa fermented liquor? Kasi alam natin, sa mga probinsya, mas fermented liquor yung kinokonsume ng ating mga may hirap na mga mamamayan. So maganda pong tingnan ito, pero may increase ng tax pa rin. So ano po ba yung pagkakaiba nito?
Walang diferensya po. Kaya wala rin diferensya sa taxation. Maarte lang po. Pero yung alcohol content, parehas 5%. Kaya sa bill na to, inayos po natin na parehas lang po ang buwis. Dahil po parehas lang po ang alcohol content nung dalawang klase po ng beer po.
I'm sorry? Ano po yung basic na pagkakaiba?
Wala po. Ang basic na pagkakaiba, yung isa po parang piniferment po sa harap mo, itong isa naman ay nakabote na. Ang sinasabi po namin, yung alcohol content po nilang dalawa, parehas.
Okay.
So, parehas lang po dapat ang buwis.
So saan po na-classify dito yung mga beer?
Fermented po. Both of them are fermented.
Okay. So balik po ulit tayo sa health, kung talaga pong isa sa concern ko po na talagang makakatulong sana na maiwasan, lalo na yung pag-inom ng alak at saka yung pag-take ng cigarettes, ay yung mga problema natin, Mr. Speaker, sa regulations. Worried ako dahil sa batas, there is no legally binding regulations on advertisements and promotions of alcohol. So nakita naman natin, wala yata dito sa batas na kung tayo ay seryoso na makaiwas sana yung ating mga mamamayan dito, sana maisama natin ito, hindi lang yung taasan natin yung tax. Kasi malaking impluwensya ng advertisement, malaki ang impluwensya ng advertisement sa consumption ng ating mga young people at iba pang mga mamamayan. Ano po ba sa provision dito yung tungkol sa regulations on advertisements and promotions?
Andito po yung ating chairman, si Chairman Tan, si Helen. Alam ko po, meron na po naka-file na bill dealing exclusively, essentially not going beyond using the price mechanism towards enforcement and regulation of alcohol consumption.
So, gagawin pa
lang
po yung bill
mawawala na
kaugnay
kami ng
noong,
kalendaryo.
regulation on advertisement and promotions of alcohol. Kasi kahit na pupunta tayo sa mga main thoroughfares, sa TV, nakikita natin yung mga advertisement na ilan na nagpo-promote ng pag-inom ng alak. Okay? So wala po dito. Kung gusto natin talagang concern tayo sa health ng ating mga mamamayan. So dapat kasama sa bill itong regulations na ito and monitoring system.
Yes, I agree. I think we should deal separately beyond using the price mechanism or the market operation to control alcohol consumption and its perverse consequences on the welfare of our people, especially those who consume more even if they have less. Yes, ma'am. We will...
So, nag-agree po ba kayo na maglagay tayo ng provision dito na magkocontrol sa advertisement?
Separado po kasi because this bill is all about amending the NIRC. Pag binasa niyo po yung NIRC, isa pong compendium niyan, puro po patungkol sa pagbubuwis, sistema ng pagbubuwis in relation to the way we tax other transaction and other activities and other sectors. So if we want a more effective way to deal with alcohol consumption, then I guess a separate and a more comprehensive health regulation law will be the way to go rather than using just the amendment to the NIRC. Baka po hindi there will be certainly objections if we put some other provision that essentially already impinge on regulation beyond taxation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At panghuli po, Mr. Speaker, so we stand with the Filipino people in reducing smoking and alcohol consumption for health reasons. So yun po yung primary natin. And the government must seriously implement measures towards this end. But increasing excise taxes and other taxes to tobacco products and alcohol is a tax measure na sinasabi nga natin na masquerading doon sa health measure. Dapat ang primary concern natin ay health measure doon sa ating mga mamamayan. Contrary to the supposed objective of the bills, increasing taxes for tobacco products and alcohol to reduce smoking and alcohol consumption, the real main objective is to earn revenues from the ordinary people. The increase in taxes only increases the higher revenues are collected, not really to make smoking and drinking truly prohibited. The poor and the middle class, who constitute the bulk of the smokers, will bear the brunt of the higher taxes. Meanwhile, cigarette and alcohol-producing companies will continue to earn their profits. There are not the ones who will bear the excise taxes increase. So ito lang po, Mr. Speaker, at sana mas ma-priority natin yung health kaysa doon sa ating generation ng income.
Salamat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next of our colleagues who wishes to interpolate the sponsor is the gentleman from the 1st District of Northern Samar. I move that we recognize the Honorable Paul Daza. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dasa is hereby recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to salute the Honorable Chairman Salceda for his sponsorship. I just had a few clarifications. I'd like to ask Chairman, the Honorable Congressman from Albay, in the explanatory note, RA 1031 was cited as a excise tax reform law. I would like to know, Mr. Speaker, if the sponsor believes that that particular bill was a combination of a healthcare and a fiscal bill.
Yes.
Now, in that same token, would the gentleman say that this proposed bill is also a health and a fiscal reform bill?
It's, to me, it's more like a health measure. It is only insofar as it generates revenue, then it becomes fiscal. And insofar as the revenues are used for health, then it becomes again a health measure. So in short, Your Honor, bottom line, it's a health measure.
So, may I ask, Mr. Speaker, in the 17th Congress or in this Congress, did the bill go through at any point in time with the Committee on Health?
To be truthful, there were before, but not in the last Congress, that benefited this bill. But most of the health advocates within Congress actually actively participated in the deliberations of this bill. So it's only insofar as the referral made by the plenary, it was sent to the Committee on Ways and Means, that it became the exclusive jurisdiction of the Committee on Ways and Means.
I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, with the assurances of the honorable sponsor. May I then ask, I noticed we have resource persons from the Department of Finance. I wonder if there's any resource persons on the health side, Department of Health. Okay, which would lead me, for the record, someone stood up, and I'm happy to note that the health sector is equally represented this afternoon. Now, having clarified that, may I ask the honorable sponsor, in this particular bill that the gentleman is sponsoring, my understanding is there's no provision on earmarking incremental collections to healthcare-related programs.
Yes, there's none.
Okay. If I understood it correctly, in the previous interpellation, the honorable sponsor said that he was open to amendments to consider funding earmarking for healthcare-related projects or programs.
Yes, definitely, because
May,
it's 45.
may I ask His Honor, what percent does he feel would be an appropriate amount that should be earmarked for health-related projects or programs?
the whole of it.
Okay, that's a lot more than...
Because if you want to make change, the existing law says, under Republic Act 11346, anong section to? It says, under letter B, revenues from excise tax on alcohol products. The provision of existing laws to the contrary notwithstanding, 50% of the total revenues collected from the excise tax on alcohol shall be allocated and used exclusively in the following manner. Since I've seen all the simulations for the UHC, I could see that virtually the kulang pa nga to fill up the funding gap. So I would probably be there. I don't see any violent objection to 100%, although the existing provision of the law is 50%, which is actually a moderate, reasonable, and provides some flexibility to the national government. Should there some other priorities emerge, then they have a way. But money is fungible. Since we are having funding gap for UHC, so theoretically the whole thing goes to UHC anyway.
Mr. Speaker, just so to clarify, in the consolidated bill, there is a provision for 50% earmarking.
Yes, because it's already covered by an existing law.
Okay, would the gentleman be open to specifically including in this proposed bill a specific provision earmarking at least 50%?
Yes.
Okay, with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to hear that the honorable gentleman is open to that, and I will leave it to the wisdom of the other members during the period of amendments to craft a language that will reflect what the honorable congressman from Albay has stated. So thank you very much, and
thank you.
I support this 100%. I congratulate you and the
Salamat.
committee.
Madjo.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next to interpellate the sponsors is the gentleman from the 1st District of Albay. I move for the recognition of the Honorable Edsel Lagman. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Lagman is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I would like to underscore that I am not adverse to this piece of legislation as a revenue measure and a health measure. But there are certain points I would like to clarify. So, will the distinguished gentleman yield to some questions?
Yes, to my fellow Albayano.
There was a well-publicized saying that religion is the opium of the people. Do you recall that statement, distinguished gentleman?
Yeah, sort of, but I'm not a literary, but I have come across that saying, Your Honor.
Yeah. It's attributed to Karl Marx.
Yes.
And what he wanted to say is that people would like to escape reality and just wait for the graces of the Almighty. Now, could we also say that alcohol is the analgesic of the masses?
Well, it's a good analogy, Your Honor, and I can go with that.
Yeah. Because most people, particularly from the disadvantaged and marginalized, would go to alcohol and also tobacco.
Yes.
in order to escape the harsh realities of daily living, particularly economic stress, as well as policies of government which would further marginalize them. And alcohol and tobacco are cheap enough, and they could be considered the only luxuries of the poor, the disadvantaged, and the marginalized. Will the distinguished gentleman sponsor comment on this?
May I ask? Oh, I think, yung nga, napaka-philosophical, I would say, sir, the cheapest form of luxury that kills. But there are other luxury that kills.
Okay.
So if you have a hierarchy of luxury that could kill, probably alcohol will be one of the cheapest.
Although we could admit that this could be the analgesic, alcohol and tobacco could be analgesic for the poor, but we should never encourage such a habit. Is that correct?
Yeah, it should be discouraged.
Now, in a population of 109 million, does the distinguished gentleman have any data on how many Filipinos are afflicted with cirrhosis, which is related to drinking alcohol?
I have specific numbers, Your Honor. 4,431 of 100,000.
And what is that percentage-wise to the total number of our population of almost 109 million?
That's correct. So you can multiply it by 100.
That's minuscule.
1,000, basically, yes.
Minuscule.
So that's 4.4% of total population.
I raised this data because in the sponsorship, in the explanatory note of the distinguished sponsor, he cited the affliction of cirrhosis due to alcohol drinking. Now, may I know also whether the distinguished gentleman has any data on how many Filipinos are alcoholic, particularly coming from the poor and marginalized sectors?
Actually, the statistics show that 58% of Filipinos,
Beg your pardon?
58% of Filipinos drink.
8%?
58.
8%?
58.
50% are alcoholic?
58. 58.
50? 58?
58.
58% of Filipinos are alcoholic.
No, drink. I don't know how you measure being alcoholic, but 58% of Filipinos, based on the nutrition survey, they drink drinks with alcohol content.
Okay. My question really is there any data in the possession of the distinguished sponsor on how many Filipinos coming from the poor and marginalized sectors are alcoholic? It's all right. If you don't have any data, then we will accept.
We have data, Your Honor. Just to correct myself, it's not 58%. It's really 44.9% of Filipinos actually drink despite higher taxes. And in terms of binge drinking, it's probably the best proxy for alcoholics. 31% are frequent drinkers.
Can we know how this data is documented?
Your Honor, these are essentially FNRI.
Beg pardon?
Food and Nutrition Research Institute under the DOS
Can we have a copy of such
Yes, Your
research?
Honor. Today.
Can the distinguished gentleman repeat the number of Filipinos who are alcoholic coming from the poor and disadvantaged sectors according to that data?
We will look, I can derive, Your Honor, in terms of the deciles, but right now it's not with me. But certainly, Your Honor, we can generate that data. But the average on the whole is that 44.9% of Filipinos drink, and 31% are frequent drinkers. So how many of them are from the poor people, Your Honor? I can derive it tonight and send it to you tomorrow.
But that data is not disaggregated into
It can be.
how many alcoholics come from the upper class, how many from the middle class, and how many from the lower classes.
Your Honor, just to give you an idea in terms of the consumption patterns, we have here, Your Honor, if you talk about 2015, those in the lowest 10% of the population, they spend 0.66% versus the average of 0.42% on alcohol. The next lowest 20%, which is decile 2, 0.73% of their total income are spent in alcohol. Let's go now to as a comparison to the richest, the top 10. The top 10, they use 0.17. In short, Your Honor, the poor spend more on drinks than the rich by almost 6 times.
Yeah.
And that is one of the principal reasons why we have to increase taxes in order to discourage, make drinks unaffordable to the poor who cannot afford to pay for the health consequences of drinking.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that does not answer my question. I was not asking on the propensity of people from different classes to taking alcohol. My question is, how many are alcoholics? Because there is an alcoholic is not one who has any tendency or preference for alcohol.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's an ailment.
That's why, Your Honor, I've said that I have the whole number. But I can disaggregate the FNRI to this evening. We can look at it. The 31% of the people actually are binge drinkers. So in short, Your Honor, we can look at that particular population and look at how many of them are poor, and then how many of these poor are as percentage of the total poor population. In short, Your Honor, I don't have it, but I can derive it.
So I think before we act on this on a second reading, we might as well have that data available, because we started from the statement that this is also a health measure.
That's right. Definitely, sir. It's more health than fiscal.
Okay. Now, does the distinguished gentleman have any data on the number of deaths, accidental deaths, traffic deaths due to drunk driving with respect to distilled spirits, wine, fermented liquor, and locally manufactured fermented liquor like Basi, Tuba, and Tupboy?
Yes, Your Honor, we have that. And I'm asking injuries, but these are injuries. Road accidents, both fatal and non-fatal, actually reached 3,211 due to alcohol. And in injuries incurred from violence in relation to alcohol intake is 535, and injury cases as caused by drowning while influence of alcohol was only 4. So in short, Your Honor, there are about 4,000, essentially, deaths caused by alcohol.
Yes. That is a very generic answer. What I was asking for was the causes of these deaths through drunken driving due to taking of distilled spirits, 1, 2, wine, and 3, fermented liquor. If there is any data,
We don't have that disaggregation, Your Honor.
there is no disaggregation. Can we possibly have a disaggregation before we act on this measure on second reading?
Your Honor, that data, we will commission a study that will essentially, because as a matter of fact, Your Honor, the driving force really is alcohol content. We call it grams of alcohol. So for as long as you are able to have the sum total of the grams of alcohol in terms whether it's 7% or 50% in gin, 7% in beer, or probably 5% in wine, then you can come up with a universe of alcohol risk in grams based on the alcohol content. But Your Honor, certainly we will rise to the challenge of finding or deriving the data in order to come up. But in general, Your Honor, I probably would say that we have sufficient empirical basis already to say that alcohol is harmful to society and therefore it can be prevented, especially it's harmful to the poor people and therefore it can be prevented sooner rather than later by increasing the excise taxes on alcohol.
Well, I was asking for this disaggregation, Mr. Speaker.
Your Honor, we're making, I don't think it's a big leap of conclusion to say that the higher the alcohol, the greater the risk, Your Honor.
Well, this measure would cover distilled spirits, still wines and carbonated wines, alcopops, and fermented liquor, with the exception of tuba, basi, and tupoy. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. It's only distilled spirits. Alcopops is being taxed based on volume, essentially in parity with beer or fermented liquor, fermented drinks, because of the alcohol is essentially not 50% like gin, but just could range between 3 to 7% of the alcohol content.
I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, if there would be a need for a definition of terms, where we will have to define distilled spirits, still wines and carbonated wines, alcopops, and fermented liquor, not only for purposes of the taxman and the taxpayer, but purposes of the members of the House as well as of the public.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, the tax code already has a pretty acceptable definitions for all these three typologies of drinks. However, we will send to all members a briefer as a new entry into the classification of drinks.
If we define alcopops, which is rather new, then most probably we could define the traditional ones. Anyway, it will be part of the definition of terms so that subsequently there will be no meandering into other items not included in the definition.
Well, Your Honor, if it suffices, can you read the definitions? Spirits or distilled spirits is a substance known as ethyl alcohol or spirits of wine including and all lotions, purifications, and mixtures thereof from whatever source, by whatever process produced, and shall include whiskey, brandy, rum, gin, vodka, and other similar products and mixtures. Proof of spirits is liquor containing 1/2 of its volume of alcohol of a specific gravity of 7,139,000 or 0.7939 at 15 degrees centigrade. A proof liter means a liter of proof spirits. So, Your Honor, if you go through the others, essentially, I think it is feasible to have an insertion of a definition of alcopops.
Okay.
But with respect to the other products, Your Honor, I think we have very specific, well-debated definitions of the other products.
Well, if we define alcopops, which is relatively new, that was probably the definition of them should include the other items which are taxed. And I think it's a reasonable request that distilled spirits should be defined, including some examples, or distilled wines and carbonated wines should also be defined, plus examples, and also fermented liquor. Well, I think these items which are taxed should be well defined for the protection of the public, of the taxpayer, and also of the government.
I concur.
Now, I noticed that tuba, basi, tapoy, and the like are exempted from this taxation.
No?
So they are also taxed?
Exempted ba ito ba? Yeah,
They're exempted. They're exempted.
Exempted.
Yeah. And may we know the reason why they are exempted? Is it because drinking tuba will not cause one to become alcoholic or one to be drunken so much so that deaths could occur? Or are we protecting a native industry?
Yeah, because they're local, period. They're native.
Can the distinguished sponsor make his answers more audible?
Because they're native,
Native.
and apparently it's supposed to give some advantages because the producer are small entrepreneurs or small producers, and it's very difficult to enforce because like tuba, I don't know whether there is bottled tuba that is selling commercially, and therefore in terms of the size of the market, the cost of enforcement will be higher than the revenues that can be expected.
But definitely, these local products are alcoholic in nature. And is there any data in the possession of the distinguished sponsor which would show what is the national consumption of tuba, basi, and the like?
I will, admittedly there's none, Your Honor. Precisely because it was exempted.
Yeah.
So
But,
therefore there was no need to measure. But Your Honor, I think there will be studies, I'm sure, in UP or Ateneo or some rural development institutes that can essentially, that I can find, that will essentially give us the magnitude of the size of this market in our supply. In other words, the domestic supply of tuba, basi, and the other native liquor or wines.
Because it can be admitted that tuba, basi, and the like are harmful to the health. And it could cause also alcoholism and other detrimental cases enduring one's health. So I think there should be a specific rationale
Yes.
for the exemption rather than saying we are protecting the native product and that it is difficult to tax.
It's both. But I can admit that it's because it's small, and because if you just look at the industry figures right now, it is 70% beer, fermented, 29% distilled, like Ginebra, and 1% wine. So my presumption is that those items like tuba would probably be less than would be on the point something percent of the total market, Your Honor. Less than 1% basically.
Well, if this bill becomes a law, how much would it cost Mang Juan to buy a bottle of beer?
On an individual product basis, Your Honor, like my favorite, which is really Red Horse, 1 liter, from 86.90, it become 102 pesos. 93.10, sorry, from 86 to 93.10. If you're talking about San Miguel, baka mag-champion na. From 34.40, it will become 36.40.
Can we just get that very clearly?
Yes,
In
Your
the
Honor.
case of Ginebra, how much would a bottle cost
Basically,
to the
That's-
direct customer?
in short, Your Honor, it has the highest increase of 4 pesos because of its alcohol content.
How much?
From 47.70, it becomes 51.70, precisely because of its alcohol content. As you can see, the derivation of the tax, the excise tax on alcohol, is based on what we call the equivalent units alcohol grams. So you use the percent content times the total ml, do you get a certain gram, and then you essentially compute the amount.
I'm not really concerned about those technicalities,
It's okay.
but I'm more concerned about how much would it cost a direct customer per bottle of Ginebra.
51.70.
Now, this bill would tax both domestic and imported
Correct.
spirits. Is there any distinction between
No,
domestic
because we don't
and
want to
imported?
violate the WTO.
There is no distinction. They are taxed equally.
Yes.
And we are imposing here both an ad valorem tax and a specific tax. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes.
Well, I have no further matters to be clarified, distinguished sponsor, but I would join the others that we should include in this bill non-tax measures to address the health problems related to alcohol, and to have a very specific provision on how much percentage of the revenues to be collected will go to the Universal Health Program.
We will welcome those amendments, Your Honor, at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Salamat po, Diyos mabalos.
Thank you, Honorable Ed Salagman. Majority Floor Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, for his chance to interpellate the sponsor, I move for the recognition of our Honorable Minority Leader. I move to recognize the Honorable Benny Abante. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Benny Abante is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor of the bill yield to some clarificatory questions? Of course. But you filed the Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, you know, drinking alcohol is as old as man himself. Yes, sir. In fact, one of the first men in the Bible, like Noah, after the flood, was found to have been drunk. I cannot help but cite some verses in the Bible, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. In the book of Proverbs, chapter 20, verse 1, wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging, and whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise. Also says here that in Proverbs 23:31, look not thou upon the wine when it is red. In Proverbs 31:4, the advice of one of the greatest kings of Israel is that it is not for kings to drink wine, nor for princes strong drink. With this, Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the sponsor of this bill on the first paragraph of his explanatory note, where he says, and I quote, alcohol drinking leads to behaviors like drunk driving and domestic violence. Of course, I will no longer ask the sponsor his statistics on how many thousands of families have been destroyed because of alcohol drinking. Anyway, he is not a statistician, Mr. Speaker. But we know for a fact that if there is any vice that destroys relationships between husband and wife and the families, would be alcohol drinking. That is a moral issue, Mr. Speaker, and I know, and I commend the sponsor for raising this up. He says, according to the online National Electronic Injury Surveillance System of the Department of Health, there were 2,048 vehicular accidents due to alcohol intoxication, or 9.2% of the 22,080 transport or vehicular crash-related injury cases in 2015 alone. Then it says further, moreover, excessive alcohol drinking, we now go to the health issue, leads to diseases like cirrhosis of the liver or liver damage and pancreatitis, among others. According to the World Health Organization, it disclosed that excessive intake of alcohol killed more than 3 million people in 2016, mostly male. Further, he said, the World Health Organization added around a third of alcohol-related deaths were a result of injuries, including car crashes and self-harm, while about 1 in 5 were due to either digestive disorders or cardiovascular diseases. Mr. Speaker, are you referring to a world statistics or just in the Philippines?
Mostly in the Philippines, Your Honor, because those are DOH statistics.
All right. So this bill has two prongs. This bill kind of prohibits drinking and regulates drinking. Is that would be the right
Yes,
tenor
Your
of
Honor,
the
that
bill?
is the primordial purpose of this bill. It's health, because one life is too many, especially if it's preventable.
I would rather that we prohibit drinking in this country than just regulating it, Mr. Speaker. No? In fact, because, like many countries in the Middle East, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, they prohibit drinking alcohol, and they are wealthy countries.
Yeah, but
Can that be possible in this country, Mr. Speaker?
there are black markets. The problem with prohibition, Your Honor, is that it produces dysfunctional behavior far more than the risk if you did not prohibit it. It results in more corrupt people, in more drinking, and higher prices, and therefore, Your Honor, the consequences are higher than intended benefits. And therefore, it's bad policy prohibition is a bad policy. In almost every instance, it was attempted in world history, Your Honor.
Precisely, Mr. Speaker. Now, let me go to the page 2 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, where it says, letter A, effective January 1, 2019, an ad valorem tax equivalent to 22% of the net retail price, excluding the excise tax and the value-added tax per proof. I just would like to ask, to clarify, because I myself would kind of not very knowledgeable of this, no? So what's the difference between the ad valorem tax and the excise tax and the value-added tax?
Asan na yun? So, in-increase ba natin yung ad valorem? Hindi na. From? Bakit? Ano yung logic?
Because we have to adjust to the price increase.
Yes, Your Honor. We increase both the ad valorem and the excise tax components of the total taxes on distilled spirits only.
Is what?
Tinaas po natin parehas yung excise tax, yung fixed amount specific.
Okay.
Tapos yung ad valorem, tinaas din po natin. So basically, yung ad valorem ngayon ay nasa yung 6.6 ngayon na specific magiging 9.8. Tapos yung ad valorem na ngayon ay 490 ay magiging 540. So all told, the total tax is 15 pesos. So doon sa 51 pesos and 70 centavos kada bilog, gin, ay 15.2%, 15.2 pesos noon ay excise tax at more or less po mga 7 pesos po ang VAT. So all told, for every bottle of gin, yung maliit, nasa 22 pesos po nung 51.70 ay napupunta po sa gobyerno.
So am I made to understand, Mr. Speaker, that one bottle of alcohol, we exact 3 kinds of taxes?
Only for distilled, Your Honor.
Only what?
Para sa distill po, dahil ang taas po ng kanyang content, 50% po. Compare mo po sa beer, 7%.
Okay.
So, kaya mas mataas po yung risk. Kaya nga po, yung lahat po ng mga buwis dito nakapeg
based po sa gramo ng alcohol na nasa loob po ng botelya. So yun po ang basis kung bakit ito na umaabot ng 22 pesos ang excise tax. Yung iba hanggang 12 lang kasi po nakabase po sa content nila ng alcohol po. So kung anong proof ba yun? 50% proof? So nabibilang po natin kung ilang gramo ng alcohol o ethyl, no? Nandoon po, yun po ang babayaran mo kasi yun ang nagpapasaya sa'yo.
Aha. Now, dito po sa number 2, no? Please enlighten me here. Nakalagay, in addition to the ad valorem tax, herein imposed a specific tax of 35 pesos per proof liter. Can you please enlighten us, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Item number 2, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's still page 2, no? Item number 2. It says, in addition to the ad valorem tax herein imposed, a specific tax of 35 pesos per proof liter.
Kaya nga po
So we
sir,
differentiate
kanya po, Your Honor.
specific tax and the ad valorem.
Yes, combination po. Dahil gawa nga po ng dati po, habang umakat po yung presyo, dahil po ang Pilipinas ang isa sa may pinakamababang presyo po ng gin sa buong mundo, sa mga tweet, Your Honor, risk na ito pong marami pa pwede pong iakyat ng presyo. Kaya hindi po pwede na naka-fix specific tayo. Kailangan po ad valorem excise tayo para po mahabol natin na if you compare po, actually, it is only in the Philippines where gin is cheaper than beer. Actually, so it is in view of that fundamental why we're imposing both excise and para po mas ano natin yung computation ko kanina po, ang sabi ko kanina na umaabot po ng 11.20 yung kasi po yung kada per liter po yung 35. I-divide mo po by 330, makukuha niyo po yung 11.20. So yun po kung bakit I'm talking in liters, the bill talks in liters, I'm trying to convert into what everybody drinks, which is really the one bottle of beer na 330 ml, Your Honor. So, actually, we're talking about the same thing, essentially.
So, hindi po yun sa content ng spirit o yung content ng alcohol, kundi doon sa volume ng alcohol. Yun yung ad valorem.
Tama po. Yung value po, ad valorem, by definition. Pero yung talagang pinapalo talaga natin ng todo, yung alcohol content po. Ilang ethyl alcohol ba meron yung boteng yan? Tapos i-multiply natin. Magkano ba ngayon per gram tayo? Magkano? Well, I can come back to you, sir, about how much per ethyl alcohol grams the tax, because virtually doon po nakapeg lahat po ng buwis na nasa harap natin ngayon actually as one single equivalent unit. It's called ethyl alcohol grams. So all these taxes, all these provisions, at the end of the day, are based on this, except for that specific ad valorem tax on distilled spirits.
Kailangan din pala natin ng chemist para malaman natin yung...
Opo. Basta alam ko nakakalasing siya.
Okay. Did I hear it right na exempted po yung local spirits tulad ng Tapoy, Basi, Tuba, Lambanog? Exempted po siya o kasama siya?
Exempted po.
Exempted.
Dahil maliit.
Maliliit ang consumption.
Maliit ang volume. Okay. Ngayon, meron po bang pagkakaiba yung increase ng taxes sa imported spirits to local spirits like Ginebra, Tanduay?
Wala.
Walang pagkakaiba?
Bawal po yan kasi bibit-bitin tayo po sa Dispute Settlement Board ng WTO. At kung minsan po yung penalties na ilalagay sa atin, baka basically yung penalty kung tayo po ay ireklamo at mahatulan na nagdi-discriminate po tayo sa imports.
Okay. Sa page 11, nakalagay po dito, effective on January 1, 2019, the tax on all fermented liquors shall be 28 pesos per liter. Ano po ito? Ito po ba ay pinagsama na ad valorem and value added and excise tax together? Ito na po yung tinatawag nating specific tax.
Page 11 daw. Correct po. Wala akong ad valorem. Specific lang po. Ang fermented. Ang beer.
Ano po yun?
Liit-liit naman po in the first place. 7% lang. Samantalang yung distilled spirits ay 50% proof po. So, kailangan po talaga bilangin. So, pati yung, basically, Your Honor, yun po ang kinaibahan po ang distinction po ng distilled spirit at ng fermented liquor.
Okay. Kapag meron pong nag-file ng bill dito on taxing sugary products, masasama din po dito ang ilang spirit sapagkat high in sugar din po ito.
The presence of alcohol, Your Honor, is one differentiates between SSB. Yung presence po ng alcohol is what differentiates a product, whether it's covered by SSB or is it covered by this particular law. Kung wala naman pong alcohol, SSB po ang bagsak niya. Pero kung siya po ay may konting alcohol, lagot ka, under kita.
So, i-exempt na po natin yung may alcohol, kahit mataas ang sugar, sa taxation of sugary products.
Mas mataas po yung tax sa alcohol, Your Honor. Mas mataas po yung tax sa alcohol. Pasensya na po kayo, ang bababa ng mic. Mas mataas po ang tax sa alcohol kaysa sa asukal.
Okay. Alright. Ngayon, ito pong isa pang tanong dito ay ito, no? Sa page number 12, pinanggit nyo yung net retail price.
For information lang po, ang bis natin sa asukal ay 6 pesos per liter. Ang bis po natin sa alcohol, 32 pesos per liter. So, kamasisino, I'd rather be sugar than alcohol.
Okay. Kung yung mga alcohol po ay pinagbili sa ibang region, may pagkakaiba po ba ang presyo niyan sa Metro Manila?
Depende na po yan sa kumpanya, Your Honor.
Depende
Pero
na po
as far as the taxes is concerned, there is no geographical differentiation, Your Honor.
Okay. Alright. So maraming salamat po sa mga clarifications inyong binigay. I would like to make a manifestation, Mr. Speaker, and the sponsor of this bill.
Thank you.
Nahuli lamang po yung aking bill na hindi ko na binigay. So, ako po ay nais maging co-author ng bill na ito.
Opo, salamat po.
Thank you so much, Minority Floor Leader Benny Abante, Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I move that we recognize the Stella Kimbo from the 2nd District of Marikina for her interpellation.
Honorable Kimbo is recognized for her interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, In principle, I have no objection to the increase in sin taxes on alcohol products, but I just wish to raise a few questions. So will the gentleman from Albay
Most welcome,
yield to
Your
those? So in 2012, when we passed the sin tax law, at least for cigarettes, we made a move from ad valorem to specific taxes. And there were two reasons for that. One is that a specific uniform tax, particularly a high one, is more effective in reducing smoking. And number two, it is really easier to administer. In other words, leakages are minimized. So at that point in time in 2012, it would seem that we made a policy position, which is that specific taxes are more effective. So my first question is, I'm wondering why in this proposed bill, you are actually adopting, well, a mix of ad valorem and excise taxes.
A statistical genius. So you can immediately see that simply because the variation is very high, and therefore the only way for government to capture is through an ad valorem. At the same time, to prevent the historical abuse of ad valorem, then we fix a certain amount that essentially correspond to the ethyl alcohol content in grams. So basically, at the end of the day, the equivalent unit for taxing alcohol is essentially its alcohol content.
Well, actually, we know that for every ad valorem tax, there is an equivalent specific tax, meaning you can always compute a mix of ad valorem and specific taxes to make it equivalent to a specific tax. But the point is that historically, we know that it had been problematic, particularly leakages in the collection of taxes. And that's the reason why, taking that into consideration, in 2012, we adopted a high uniform tax. But anyway, so you've already explained that, but hopefully that's something that you can reflect on in the period of amendments. My second question has to do with your explanatory note where you mentioned that there is a need to maintain a specific proportion of alcohol and cigarette taxes. So I'm wondering where that principle comes from. So in optimal tax design, you only look at one efficiency goals, which is really total revenues collected, and second, equity considerations, which is basically the impact of the tax on various income groups. I have never come across a principle that there's a specific proportion or there's a specific ratio of alcohol to cigarette taxes. For example, does it mean that you expect that for every 3 bottles of beer, 1 cigarette is smoked? I mean, that in effect is
No.
what is being
I'm talking
applied.
about the pesos per ethyl alcohol content. That is the way to compute why you're taxed so much. That is why gin, you tax them 34 pesos, not 6 pesos. Simply because the other one, like beer, has only 7%, the other one has 50% ethyl alcohol content in grams. No, it's only for computational. It involves no principle. I agree with the philosophy, your taxation philosophy about fairness, and of course, the consumptive logic of this particular type of taxes. I have no quarrel with that. But with respect to the practice or the experience of the Department of Finance, the variability of the domestic really lends itself that if you want to optimize and use that instrument of taxation as a basis to control consumption, then the way to go is really to put a specific as a basic minimum based on the ethyl alcohol content plus ad valorem to take care of the huge variability on the upside. So there's no I can, at any point in time, be amenable, Your Honor, to a purely specific tax with continuous annual increases. I will admit to that. It's simply because of the dynamics of the industry that essentially need, in order to prevent, in order for this tax to be a powerful tool to control consumption, you need both. You need this hybrid, Your Honor. No philosophy involved, Your Honor.
Okay, so having made that policy position, I would like to know, are you amenable to sharing your Laffer curve estimates? In 2012, when the sin tax law was passed, the high uniform tax of 30 pesos was actually based on the Laffer curve. So I'd like to know, I'd like to see the Laffer curves for all of those products, and I'd like to know what the peak points are and see how far away those are to what are being currently proposed.
As actually, as having been a governor of Albay, I am deeply a health advocate. The optimal value of a sin tax is zero. Zero consumption times the highest taxation. But now, of course, the reality sets in. This government went into a very ambitious universal health program, and therefore, I have to look at the reality that it could do in this country. Actually, because of the increase in taxes, the total consumption or...
To rephrase my question, could you kindly explain to us what the policy objectives are? So if the tax rates that are being proposed seem to be higher than the peak point of the Laffer curve, are we making a pronouncement that public health is more important than tax revenues at this point?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. That is the correct national goal.
Which was not the case in 2012 because there was like a happy mix of those two goals. Revenues were generated and
it also has to deal, Your Honor, because it is minimally inelastic. So in short, if we increase taxes here by 50%, the volume response would be about 40%. In
so
short,
what is the exact elasticity?
Precisely, it's a little...
Close to one?
I've done several regressions, Your Honor, models, use the LNs, use everything. It comes down to, it is minimally inelastic, basically, by 0.3%. So it's very small. Virtually, you can say it is neutral to income, to price. But taken into consideration the rising incomes, and therefore, that is where I think the recovery in volumes will come from.
All right, thank you. My next question has to do with the intended purpose of this bill. So you mentioned part of it is going to be used for the financing of universal health care. I just want to know if you are aware that in 2014, PhilHealth severely underutilized its sin tax earmark. So I know because I did that study in 2015. I used two national surveys. I used the listahanan of the SWD, and the finding of that study is that PhilHealth severely underutilized funds. So I just want to know if this time around, do we have the assurance that PhilHealth will do a better job and perhaps on our end maybe oversight by the Ways and Means?
I will definitely most welcome the expenditure mix based on the DOH on how to use it. They call DOH preventative, that's virtually helping PhilHealth. But to me, at this point, given the fact that I think the unfunded is the 26 million, then to my mind, when I am fighting for this bill, Your Honor, I'm actually fighting for the 6 million who are currently uninsured. In short, Your Honor, 100% of this will essentially go to pay for the premium of the uninsured under the UHC.
Sorry, my last point, since you
It's
said
okay.
Carl is here, I'm wondering if you can share with us, the DOF, with us their batting average in terms of projecting tax revenues. So for example, for Train Law, what was the projected revenues versus actual revenues? Give us a sense of the margin of error.
We will submit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And what do you want to use? NEP versus actual? Or because we need to establish which particular baseline we need to use to measure the errors made by.
I guess actual collections from the BIR, right?
My gut feel, they're 4% wrong every year.
4%?
Yes, 4% wrong every year.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. That would be all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Stella Kimbo. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Kaloy Zarate from Bayan Muna for his interpellation.
Congressman Kaloy Zarate is recognized.
Kaloy naman.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Will the good sponsor accede to some clarificatory questions?
Hindi lang accede. Willingly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. I was looking at the committee report, number 1, and very clearly, sinabi ho rito sa objectives ng panukalang batas na parang ito atang pinakaunang panukalang batas na itatakel ng 18th Congress.
Opo.
At pagbobotohan kaagad on second reading.
Opo.
In fact, the first one approved in the committee level yesterday. No?
Yes.
So, malinaw dito, the objective or the objectives, 1, to raise additional revenues to fund the universal healthcare program of the government.
Yes.
Second, to increase the excise tax rates to reduce the consumption of alcohol products. And
Correct.
third, to address the perceived inequity on the excise tax collections on alcohol and tobacco products, where collections from alcohol covers 30%, while those from cigarettes cover 70% of total excise tax collection. So yung una ko pong katanungan, dito ho sa pinag-uusapan nating panukalang batas, ano ho yung projection ninyo na amount na makokolekta pag ito ay na-implement na?
16 billion.
16 billion
16.
for alcohol. No?
Yes.
Right.
Ang existing po natin 63. So umabot po ng mga 25% po ang increase.
Yes. And ang pangunahing lagay dito sa objective, no, ang ginawang dahilan, kaya sabi natin, taasan na naman ng ang buwis sa alcohol, ay para punduhan ang universal healthcare program. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Speaker?
Yes. That is the best use of the proceeds of this tax.
Yes. Ang prinsipyo na parang gumagabay, kaya tinatawag itong sin tax, no? Dahil para yung mga nagkukonsume ng alcohol, ang sinasabi, dahil eventually ang Estado naman din at ang pamahalaan ang gumagasta ng pagkalinga sa kanila sa panahon. Halimbawa na magkasakit sila, kaya doon natin kukunin. Yun po ba yung principle behind this imposition of tax?
Kalahati. Kasi may mga societal cost po na hindi naman po mababayaran. Loss of opportunities. We can line up. Kasi in general, we lose, the economic cost is 211 billion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kaya nga, ang pangalawang objective na nakalagay din dito sa ating committee report is for a reduction in the consumption of alcohol. Dahil alam natin na ang sinasabi nga, habang nagkukonsume ng alcohol, meron itong kaakibat na social problems, no? Hindi lang health problem. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po.
So, ang katanungan ko po, doon sa 16 billion na sinasabi ninyong kukolektahin ng ating pamahalaan sa pagtaas ng taxes, no? And in fact, it's now a combination of ad valorem and specific tax, no? Lahat po ba ito ilalaan doon sa universal healthcare?
Dahil kulang na kulang po yung pera. Although meron, kulang na kulang po yung pera para sa UHC.
Yes.
So, in fact, after this, may kulang pa. So, yun ang kailangan pampunuan.
Kulang na kulang pa rin. Pero alam ho natin na the cost of alcohol abuse, for example, is not only ang naging resulta nito ay kung gusto nating ma-reduce, no, yung problema ng alcohol consumption, ay hindi lang dapat yung cost ng health problems ang titingnan natin. Dapat titingnan din natin ang samut-saring social cost nito.
Correct.
So, hindi ho ba naisip ng kagalang-galang na sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na dapat maglaan din ng pondo para matugunan yung other social costs as a result of abuse in the alcohol consumption?
Pwede po. Hindi po ako sarado po sa ganyan. Subalit po yung pinaka-actionable na cost ay yung health cost. Dahil po bilang na bilang, so maari po na punuin muna natin yung UHC, then yung iba pong epekto ay pwede po natin harapin sa pamamagitan po ng iba pong parte ng ating pong national budget.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, ang gusto ko sana nating malaman talaga dahil ginagamit nating dahilan para ito sa universal healthcare, doon ho sa 16 billion na sinasabi ninyo, magkano ho ba talaga ang in actual cost, no? Kung magko-costing ho tayo, magkano ang magiging kapakinabangan nito ng mga mahihirap? Dahil sinabi na rin naman natin kanina, umamin na rin tayo, majority talaga sa kumukonsumo ng alcohol ay ang mga mahihirap, no? So, sa pag-aaral niyo po ba ay merong direktang pakinabang ang mga mahihirap nito o sila lamang ang pagkukunan natin ng pondo dahil sinasabi natin kulang na kulang ang pondo ng ating pamahalaan, and this is really a revenue generation.
Kasi po ang pera fungible, ano po? Ang universal healthcare coverage is a national good. Yung mga mahirap po kasi, covered na.
Exactly.
So, sa makatwid po ito, ay yung 26 million na hindi pa po covered. Para po, pag nasa isang buong sistema tayo, magkakaroon po ng economies of scale at magkakaroon tayo ng mas maganda pong expenditure mix allocation po. So, sa mga tweet, by having all the 106 million Filipinos under one payer, single payer system, ay magiging mas maganda po ang patakbo ng ating pong mga health programs po. Lalong-lalo na sa remedial health as a curative and remedial healthcare po.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Malinaw po na ito'y mapupunta sa middle 30% po ng populasyon po ang makikinabang po dito sa measure na to. Kasi yung lowest 20% po, automatic na po silang insured sa PhilHealth. Yung middle po na Decile 3, Decile 4, Decile 5, yan po ang tinutuunan ng pansin. Yung Decile 6, may mga trabaho na po yan. 7, 8, 9, 10. Mga direct contributor. Ito po para sa yung tinatawag nating butas doon po sa universal healthcare. Ito po yung Decile 3, Decile 4, Decile 5.
So Decile 3, 4, and 5, no?
Correct.
In concrete numbers, ilan ho ito?
26 million po.
30 million?
26.
26 million.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. And, ang sunod ko pong katanungan, tiningnan ko ho kasi itong committee report, ano? At nakita ko nga na ito ay sang-ayon doon sa pinag-usapan ng ating komite kahapon. No? Pero po, ako'y nagtaka, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, may meron pong bagong version na sinubmit rito, ano? Binigay sa atin. At nagtataka po ako dahil in page 20 of this version, as of August 14, 2019, pinasok ko natin dagdag na mga buwis para naman sa tobacco na hindi ho ito ang kasama doon sa inaprubahan ng ating komite. No? And in fact, hindi ho ito kasama doon sa committee report number 1. Ano po ba ang paliwanag ng sponsor dito? Kasi nagdebate na po tayo, meron na nag-interpellate kanina, ang in-interpellate nila ay itong committee report number 1. And suddenly, meron po tayong House Bill number, the same House Bill number 1026.
Tama po kayo, hindi ko na po ano yan. Yan po ang action po ng Committee on Rules at may plenary powers po sila na baguhin po yung committee report bago po ihain dito. So, yung akin pong pagdepensa nung measure na to ay isang pagsang-ayon po sa inisyatibo po ng ating Committee on Rules. In short, Your Honor, at the appropriate time, Your Honor, this measure, as you read it, will essentially be by substitution. This is essentially, Your Honor, by substitution.
But Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, malinaw po kanina na ang inisponsor po ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor ay Committee Report number 1. At malinaw rin ang objective na nakalagay rito no, sa ating Committee Report number 1. Kung ito po ay pinasok, probably in the period of amendments, ay talagang pwede natin pagdebatihan yan. At hindi ho ito na pagdebatihan paging sa committee level. No? Kaya po, pinag-uusapan ho natin dito ay dagdag na buwis. No? Kanina, in fact, probably the understanding also of the other members of the House na nag-interpellate, ay ang pinag-uusapan natin dagdag buwis kung i-approve natin ito ay on alcohol consumption. But now, when we are about to finish the interpellation, ay merong bagong version at dito napasok na ang marami uling dagdag buwis para naman sa tobacco consumption. I don't mind kung talagang napag-usapan ito at nagpagdebatihan sa committee level committee, pero kailangan pag-usapan at hindi na lang ho tayo nasusurpresa na merong bago no, na ipasok. And
yung sinasabi niyo pong bago, ito po yung vape. Sa ngayon po, 10 pesos lang siya. Samantalang yung sigarilyo ay 45 pesos per tobacco taxes except for vape, which is not a tobacco product. It is essentially a vape and non-combustion, and therefore, actually, Your Honor,
ito na lang, itong may pinasok na ba?
So, Your Honor, in fact, from 10 pesos, in-increase po sa 30, at ito po ay magdi-deliver ng mga 800 million sa gobyerno. At ang gumagamit po ng isang vape na worth, nakakita na po ba kayo ng vape? Ang isa pong vape ngayon ay 1,650. Hindi ito ginagamit ng mga mamahihirap. At ang isang pad po, sa ngayon ay 120 dahil po walang buwis. So kung patungan natin ng 30, magiging 150 plus yung 1,600 po na maliit na equipment na ginagamit po para ma-hit po at lumabas po yung smoke para po magkaparehas po ng smoking without combustion and without tobacco.
Well, yes, Your Honor. Alam ko ho yung vape. No? Dahil marami akong kakilalang gumagamit niyan. Ang talagang katanungan ko po, sinabi ninyo, ito ay kaya naipasok ito, wala ito sa ating committee report number 1, no? At ito merong substitute bill na dahil pinag-usapan ito sa Committee on Rules. No? And I can remember that, in fact, these things were discussed. No?
Correct.
Kaya po yun ang nire-raise ko na usapin dahil kung ganoon, na meron palang napag-usapan at merong ipinasok na mga bagong probisyon dito na hindi naman ginawa sa panahon ng pinagdebatihan ito sa komite. And I think as a matter of being transparent, bago nagsimula ang ating sponsorship or in fact, ang pag-interpolate ng ating mga kasamahan ay naibigay na.
I guess, Your Honor, we will consider any motion to delete
those portions. Because at the end of the day, the real committee here is the plenary. It has plenary powers. In fact, the extension of those plenary powers is the Committee on Rules that essentially provide the system and the orderly disposition of the wishes and will of the plenary. But at the end of the day, Your Honor, the Committee on Rules acting on behalf of the plenary is certainly inferior to the plenary itself. So at the appropriate time, Your Honor, I will certainly entertain any motion that essentially will delete those portions that you believe were not that were not infidelity to. Because, Your Honor, actually most of these probably were already hugely discussed in so many presentations beyond the committee hearing itself. Because by sheer size itself of the BAPE, which is actually what is in question, it is only 700 million. That is the net incremental. It's only there because we needed to make it at parity to cigarette. Cigarettes that are used by the poor are taxed 45. Vape that are used by the rich are taxed only 10. So basically, Honor, there is wisdom, I guess, in the use of the plenary of what I call the superior powers of the Committee on Rules to essentially come up with what we call a bill in substitution to the committee report.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I've said, wala ho tayong usapin, no? Pagdidebate na mayroong plenary power, no? Ang kongresong ito. Kaya ho ni-raise ko lang yan, no? And that is, ang issue na yan, na nagdidebate na tayo. Ang gusto ho natin, baka magsiset ho yan ng president, no? Sa ilan pa ang mga mabibigat na panukalang batas at usapin dito sa kongresong ito, sa 18th Congress, no? Pagkatapos natin ng mahabang talakayan, debatehan, iba pala yung ipapa-approve sa atin. So I think it's true that the Committee on Rules or even this body, no, can even scrap the entire bill and replace it with a new one. But it's
not healthy, Your Honor. But I've read what I call a bill in substitution to the committee report. And guess, Your Honor, the only major addition is really BAPE. And the BAPE was actually hugely discussed and deliberated on by the committee in so many other meetings, Your Honor, except the one where it was voted upon. And there were so many presentations in and out of Congress, almost every party, blocks inside Congress, na nabigyan na po ng presentation patungkol po sa posibilidad ng pagsasama po ng BAPE sa loob po nito. Dahil yun lang naman po. Pag tiningnan niyo po yung other products which will deliver the 16 billion, it's the same except for the BAPE. So, Your Honor, hindi ko ikakalungkot po na tanggalin ang BAPE para lang po masabi natin na procedurally faithful tayo sa ating pong sarili at sa kung anong kailangan po para may sulong ang mga batas na kinakailangan po ng ating bansa.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Sponsor. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po.
Thank you so much, Congressman Zarate. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as none other of our colleagues have registered to interpellate, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate on this measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
So there's a motion for the closing of the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. Majority Floor Leader. Sige. 1 minute suspension. Session is...
Mr. Speaker.
Go. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 1026. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we move to nominate and elect the following.
As chairperson for the Committee on Welfare of Children, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Congresswoman Yeda Marie Romualdez. Vice Chairperson, Congresswoman Josefina Tallado. Members, Congresswoman Ria Vergara and Congressman Alexi Tutor.
Yes.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
On the part of the majority, Mr. Speaker, I move to elect the Honorable Congressman Tony Pet Albano as member of the Committee on Appropriations.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 1026 on Committee Report number 1. Could the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure? So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read House Bill number 1026.
House Bill number 1026, an act amending section 141, 142, and 143 of Republic Act number 8424 as amended, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997.
Mr. Speaker, our parliamentary status is that we have closed the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize our honorable sponsor, Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, the Honorable Joey Salceda. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. Congressman Joey Salceda is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are in the period. I move that we open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
We are now in the period of amendments. Is there any objection? There's a motion. Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion for the closing of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Speaker, earlier copies of House Bill number 1026 have been distributed to our members. With Section 104 of our rules, I move to substitute House Bill 1026 for our House Bill under consideration. So move, Mr.
There's a motion for the amendment by substitution of the entire bill. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move
Mr.
to
Speaker,
close the period of
Mr.
amendments.
Speaker,
Yes, Majority Floor Leader, please.
My motion, Mr. Speaker, to close the period of individual
Mr. Speaker,
There's a motion for the closing of the period of amendments.
we object, Mr. Speaker. During the interpellation, there were certain amendments to be introduced by individual members. And we reserve the right to file those individual amendments. And considering that we will have to study very well the amendments we're going to introduce, we would like that these amendments be deferred for the next session.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in consonance with the Honorable Edsel Lagman. I withdraw my motion to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
So there's a motion by Majority Floor Leader. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Congressman Edsel Lagman.
So, Mr. Speaker, our parliamentary status is that we will be in the period of individual amendments when we resume consideration. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill 1026 as amended. So move, Mr. Speaker.
So there's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. Next.
Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the majority, I move for the election to the Committee on Legislative Franchise, the Honorable Claudine Bautista. On behalf of the majority, Mr. Speaker, I move to elect to the Committee on Energy the Honorable Congressman Ricardo Espina Jr., Congressman John Marvin Nieto, and Congressman Alyssa Sheena Tan as members. To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reform, as chairperson, the Honorable Congresswoman Juliet Ferrer. As vice chairperson, Honorable Congressman Elpidio Barsaga, Congressman Henry Villarica, and Congressman Egay Arce. As members, the Honorable Congressman Pablo Ortega, Congressman Bingo Matugas, Congressman Khalid Dimaporo, Congressman Samir Tan, Congresswoman Josefina Talyado, Congressman Toots Panotes, Congressman Cyril Abueg Zaldivar, Congresswoman Maria Fe Abunda, Congresswoman Angelica Amante Mata, Congresswoman Alaysa Tan, and Congressman Vicente Veloso. To the Committee on Public Works and Highways as members, the Honorable Congressman Edgar Mary Sarmiento, Congressman Fernando Cabredo, and Congressman Tony Pet Albano. To the Committee on Agriculture and Food, as member, the Honorable Congresswoman Lorna Silverio. To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, as chairperson, the Honorable Congressman Frederick Xiao. As vice chairperson, the Honorable Congresswoman Juliet Ferrer, Congressman Raymond Mendoza, and Congressman Gerardo Valmayor. As members, Congressman Manuel D.G. Cabochan, Congresswoman Dalia Loyola, Congressman Pablo Ortega, Congresswoman Precious Castelo, and Congressman Cesar Jimenez Jr. To the Committee on Accounts, as member, the Honorable Congressman Frederick Xiao. To the Committee on Veteran Affairs and Welfare, as chairperson, Congresswoman Geraldine Roman, and vice chairperson, Congressman Jose Ong. To the Committee on Basis Conversion, as chairperson, Congressman Francis Abaya. As vice chairperson, Congressman Laarni Cayetano, Congressman John Lasatin, Congressman Victor Yap, and Congressman Juan Pablo Bondoc. As members, Congressman Sonny Lagon, Congressman Johnny Salceda, Congressman Mark Go, Congressman Tony Pet Albano, Congressman Charlie Cojuangco, Congresswoman Lorna Silverio, Congressman Roland Valeriano, Congressman John Mark Nieto, and Congressman Braden Biron. To the Committee on Foreign Affairs as member, the Honorable Congresswoman Rosana Vergara. To the Committee on Visayas Development, the Honorable Congressman Vincent Duke Frasco. As Vice Chairperson, Congressman Sonny Lagon. As members, the Honorable Congressman Kiko Benitez, Congressman Leo Cueva, Congresswoman Julian Baronda, Congressman Wilfredo Caminero, Congresswoman Janice Salimbangon, Congressman Ong, Congressman Edgar Mary Sarmiento, Congressman Vicente Veloso, Congresswoman Juliet Ferrer, Congressman Chiquiting Sagarbaria, Congresswoman Lucille Nava, Congresswoman Jocelyn Limcay Chong, Congressman Greg Gatsaya, Congresswoman Emery Owano Dizon, Congressman Tawi Billones, Congressman Carlito Marquez, Congresswoman Lucy Torres Gomez, Congressman Gingo Valmayor, Congressman Jake Vicente Villa, Congressman Carl Cari, Congressman Genaro Alvarez, Congresswoman Maria Fe Abunda, Congresswoman Lolita Javier, Congressman Teodorico Jaresco, Congressman Braden Biron, Congresswoman Marilu Arroyo, Congressman Paul Daza, and Congressman Gerardo Espina Jr. To the Committee on Welfare Children, to the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Mr. Speaker, as Chairperson, the Honorable Congresswoman Ana Suarez. Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Congresswoman Crystal Bagat Singh, Jocelyn Tulfo, Duke Frasco, and Marlene Alonte. As members, the Honorable Kiko Benitez, Claudine Bautista, Rufy Biason, Braden Biron, Khalid Dimaporo, Mark Enverga, Juliet Ferrer, Joet Garcia, Rihan Sakularan, Geraldine Roman, Manuel Zubiri, and Tony Pet Albano. To the Committee on Health, as member, the Honorable Congresswoman Aleta Suarez. To the Committee on Justice, as Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Congressman Alfredo Garbin. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. Congratulations to those who were elected. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, the representative of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City. We have with us Mr. Alex Edvoave, Mr. Abner Dalapo, Mr. Lito Erizo, Mr. Ryan Alba, and Mr. Carlo Tolomia.
To all the guests of Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would likewise like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Deputy Speaker Raneo Abu. We have with us members of Sangguniang Bayan of the Municipality of Lobo of the 2nd District of Batangas, headed by Vice Mayor Virgilio Manalo.
To all the guests of Congressman Deputy Speaker Abu, please rise. You are all welcome in the House of Representatives.
Also, as guests of Deputy Speaker Raneo Abu, Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the members of Club 23 Motorcycle Group of the Municipality of San Pascual of the 2nd District of Batangas, headed by ABC President Medel Medrano.
Club 23, please all rise. You are all recognized in the House of Representatives. Welcome in the House of the People.
Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Alan Benedict Reyes, representative of the 3rd District of Quezon City. We have with us the Liga ng Barangay Kagawad of 3rd District of Quezon City.
Please all rise. Welcome to the House of People. Of the People. Majority Floor Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following communications. Letter dated July 3, 2019 of Michael G. Aguinaldo, Chairperson of the Commission on Audit, furnishing the House of Representatives with a copy of the accomplishment report for the 2nd quarter of 2019 confidential activities of the Commission. Letter dated October 8, 2018 of Timoteo G. Pacleb, Police Chief Superintendent, Regional Director of the Philippine National Police. Letter dated October 8, 2018 of Timoteo G. Pacleb, Police Chief Superintendent, Regional Director of the Philippine National Police, and letter dated October 1, 2018 of Esperato A. Dicen, General Manager, Dumaguete City Water District. From the Committee on Appropriations to the Committee on Rules. Letter dated June 26, 2019 of Attorney Dante A. Giran, Director of the National Bureau of Investigation. From the Committee on Justice to the Committee on Rules, letter dated December 5, 2018 of Attorney Arnel Escobal, Police Chief Superintendent of Police Regional Office 5. From the Committee on Public Order and Safety to the Committee on Rules.
Okay, there is a motion for the change of referrals. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. Majority Floor Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to rectify our records to indicate the following corrections. With reference to the election of members of certain committees on August 6, 2019, to invalidate the election of Representative Elizalde Co as member of the Special Committee on Bicol Recovery and Economic Development and the Committee on Public Works and Highways on the part of the majority, as Representative Co is already a member of the minority bloc. And lastly, with reference to the election of members of certain committees on August 13, 2019, to invalidate the election of Representative Sergio Dagook as member of the Committee on Appropriations on the part of the majority, as Representative Dagook is already a member of the Committee on Appropriations on the part of the minority. So move, Mr. Speaker.
So there's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we include as additional co-authors of House bills and resolutions that are pending in the committees the members appearing in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules after due verification of their requests for inclusion as co-authors of such bills and resolutions. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of Honorable Representative Dan Fernandez and Bayani Fernando delivered on August 6 and August 13, 2019, respectfully to the Committee on Rules. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure there's no objection. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I move to open privilege hour. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the Honorable Micaela Violaga of the 2nd District of Nueva Ecija for a privileged speech.
Majority Floor Leader. Congressman Biolago is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Mr. Speaker, and my dear colleagues in this August chamber. I rise before you today on this matter entitled Rice Tariffication. Experts in the field of agriculture said that tariffication of rice imports is imperative and inevitable, that it will serve as a safeguard to ensure that the local rice producers will be able to compete with the global market. Moreover, this is consistent with the country's trade obligations with the World Trade Organization. Ultimately, tariffication will generate revenues for the government that can be utilized for further enhance the competitiveness of rice industries. Provide the infrastructure, finance the programs that improve farmers' productivity, and to realize the trust toward food security and sustainability. Mr. Speaker and esteemed colleagues, I believe that Republic Act number 11203, or the Rice Tariffication Law, will support and ensure the future of the Philippine agriculture and the millions who depend on it. Rice has always been the center of government agricultural policies, which revolve around promoting food self-sufficiency, providing high income to rice farmers while making prices affordable to the consuming public. However, with the 5-month-old RTL, retail prices of rice have only dropped by up to 2 pesos per kilo, which have remained constant with some areas, even with the deluge of imported rice. The economic team earlier promised that the prices would decline by as much as 7 pesos a kilo. Traders are so into importing right now because they feel like no one is controlling powers over the rice industry. In fact, the former Agricultural Secretary Piñol said that the landed cost of rice from Thailand is about 23 pesos a kilo. Vietnam is only 25 pesos a kilo, and in Myanmar is about 18 pesos. Pero ang bentahan po sa palengke, at ito po ay nakakagulat, ay mataas pa rin. Nasa 40 at 50 per kilo. Controlled pricing of rice in the market with the purpose of coming up with the SRP based on the landed cost of rice. Under the provision of the law, they can deputize or enlist the assistance of any government agency in the implementation of the provision of the Price Act. The DA will also issue a department order setting the guidelines for the SRP. The intention of this move is to really make the consumers feel the effect of the rice tariffication law. Piñol said the SRP for rice might be between 35 to 38 pesos per kilo for minimum rice or 5% broken. However, the new acting Agriculture Secretary William Dar makes no mention in any of the forums if he will pursue with the idea of an SRP for rice. In the exercise of our oversight function, the 18th Congress must see to it that the agencies responsible for implementing the RTL have to ensure that both the Filipino rice consumers and farmers will benefit from the strict implementation of the law, and that is provision on importing of the national food staple and enforcement of tariff rates should be properly implemented and not abused. The government should have mobilized the concerned agencies such as Department of Trade and Industry and the Philippine Competition Commission to investigate why retail prices have not fallen as they should have. Please look at the estimated wholesale and retail price of imported rice according to the Department of Agriculture. The country's total rice inventory as last July 1 this year rose by 31.9% to 2.625 million metric tons from 1.99 metric tons, mainly due to the entry of imported rice under the government's liberalization program, according to Philippine Statistics Authority. In the Office of the Import Assessment Service that provides reference values as guide when the veracity of the declared values are disputable. All port abide with the said published data except when the commercial invoice of rice shipment is supported by genuine and validated proof of payment that indicates the actual sales transaction between the seller and the buyer. But then again, this representation believes that nothing can prevent the importers to reduce their tariff obligations by deliberately lowering the declared value of their imports in connivance with their suppliers abroad. The issue of undervalued rice import is a matter of implementation. That is why Section 16 of the IRR of the RTL provides for the implementation on or before September 5, 2019 of the National Single Window System, which will computerize BOC to ensure accurate collections of tariffs so that everything will be stored in computer, not at the discretion of people in the BOC. Sana po makita natin at maramdaman ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na po ang mamimili at ng mga magsasaka, kung ano po ang layunin ng ating rice tariffication law. Sana po makita rin natin na ang mga presyo po ngayon sa palengke ay masyado pa rin pong mataas kumpara po sa suggested retail price na ibinigay ng Department of Agriculture. Muli po, ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa inyo. Maraming salamat po at magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of Congresswoman Bilago be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Romeo Haloshos of the 1st District of Zamboanga del Norte to avail of the privilege hour.
Honorable Representative Haloshos is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my dear brethren and colleagues in this august chamber, today I rise to avail of the privilege hour in connection with the committee report number 747, which was approved in the 17th Congress in consideration of the House Resolution number 456. The recommendations, findings, and instruction contained therein were disregarded, ignored, and set aside by concerned investigating agencies. I understand that many, if not all, who have been here last 17th Congress are aware of the House Resolution number 456. But for our proper recollection of the resolution and for the information of our new representative in this 18th Congress, with kind indulgence of the Speaker and the honorable member of this august body, please allow me to briefly narrate the contents of the House Resolution number 456 contained in Committee Report 747. In October 10, 2016, House Resolution number 456, a resolution calling for the urgent investigation in aid of legislation on the illegal drugs trading and extrajudicial killing in the province of Zamboanga del Norte, was filed, which was then referred to the House Committee on Dangerous Drugs on the 19th October 2016. Assuming its jurisdiction in the conducting of investigation, the House Committee on Dangerous Drugs conducted 4 congressional hearings on the following dates: 9th of February, 13th of March, 31 of August, and 26th of September, all in the year 2017. These congressional hearings were attended by 5 witnesses under the custody of Department of Justice Witness Protection Program, DOJ-WPP. They have all testified under oath and were granted legislative immunity by the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives. The conduct of investigation was lengthy, tedious, and times dangerous. A high-ranking Philippine National Police, PNP personnel, in the office of Zamboanga del Norte even has to be detained within the House premises for contempt, which jeopardized the proceeding as well as the safety of the witnesses. As a result of the investigation, Mr. Speaker, the House Committee on Dangerous Drugs came up with the committee report number 747, which recommended the filing of criminal charges warranted by evidence gathered during the congressional hearing. The committee likewise instructed, among others, the Department of Justice and the National Bureau of Investigation to cause the filing of appropriate criminal complaints for the following violation of law. Number 1, violation of Republic Act 9165, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Dangerous Drug Act of 2022. Under Section 5 for acting as protector and cuddler, and Section 29 for planting evidence. Violation of Article 248 of the Revised Penal Code for committing murder. Violation of PD 1829 for the obstruction of justice. Administrative charges of violating Republic Act 3019, otherwise known as the Anti-Graft and Corruption Practices Act. Mr. Speaker, all the honorable members of the House Committee on Dangerous Drugs, last 17th Congress, signed the committee report, which was then adopted by the House of Representatives on August 15, 2018. Consequently, the Office of the Secretary General officially transmitted the committee reports to the investigating government agency to cause the compliance therefore. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, the adaptation of the committee report number 747 will mark its first year anniversary tomorrow on August 15, 2019, but alarmingly, until this day, criminal complaint is nowhere to be found from any on the investigating government agency. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of compliance to committee report number 747, the NBI has formed a 5-man task force last September 2018. The task force is charged with earnest case build-up to file criminal charges based on evidence available at the House of Representatives, particularly the judicial affidavits comprised of transcript of records containing the statement and testimonies of DOJ WPP witnesses. And law enforcement resources person made during the congressional hearing on the House Resolution 456, but the task force has conducted its own investigation in which they required the DOJ WPP witnesses to issue new judicial affidavit instead of just referring to the records available at the House. but it is already been a year, Mr. Speaker, since the issuance of new affidavits, yet no one has been formally charged. What is taking the NBI task force and the DOJ too long to file charges? The delay has caused doubt on the integrity and intention of these government agencies mandated to render justice. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, to emphasize further the undue of long-coming inaction of the NBI, it is so alarming that the 1st of March 2019, there was captured text sent to a member of the task force from the team leader to former NBI task force, which read, "Good day po. Kindly read and study all the SS of Rolly," which is one of the DOJ WPP witness. Kindly text me your investigative steps which emphasize kung saan tayo posibleng makabutas. Meet everyone's idea. Thanks. This representation sees the text messages as a suspicious development because if this text message bears any significance at all, it could be assumed that the NBI task force set aside the findings and recommendation of the committee, report number 747, such that they would find loopholes in the findings. Mr. Speaker, justice delayed is justice denied. Now, I am not a lawyer. No, I am not a lawyer by profession, but understand the meaning of probable cause. This begs the question, why? As I speak before the august body, the concerned investigating government agencies still haven't found probable cause to indict the culprit of the illegal drug trade and extrajudicial killing in Zamboanga del Norte. Mr. Speaker, the hitman have already confessed. Their statement and testimony given public under oath, the motive of the commission of the crime established, and the victim were already identified, all contained in Committee Report 747. Are these pieces of evidence that enough to determine the probable cause? If so, Mr. Speaker, what? What is the requirement for the determination, therefore, and why is such determination very long coming? What causes undue delay on the committee report number 747? Could it be the inaction of these investigating government agencies are intentional and strategical, laid out so that by the time actual charges are filed, no more witnesses will be available at the DOJ WPP to testify? Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, unless the findings and recommendation of the committee report number 747 are not put in order, criminal and administrative charges will not file. And in absence of these charges, Mr. Speaker, what will become of our DOJ WPP witness? Will the government continue to sustain them under their custody? The people of Zamboanga del Norte are demanding answers, Mr. Speaker. More so, the families left by the victims of the extrajudicial killing and the people whose lives have been observably affected by the illegal drug trade and corrupt practices of officials involved. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, what is now the essence of the committee report if findings and recommendations therein are to be disregarded? This is an alarming development which the House leadership must be aware and firmly stands against, not only because the integrity of the lawmaker conducting congressional investigation may be tainted, doubted, and questioned, but this may also serve as a precedent for non-compliance to the recommendation of the committee reports in the future. For reason, Mr. Speaker, I am compelled and duty-bound to file House Resolution number 24 this 18th Congress, a resolution to inquire and investigate in aid of legislation that what has been transpired by the National Bureau of Investigation and the Department of Justice in not acting upon the judicial action on Committee Report number 747. I filed this resolution to protect the integrity of the House in conducting legislative inquiries, with guarantee that concerned government agencies will comply with the findings and recommendations of committee reports once adopted. to let respondent and complainants have their day in court so that the guiltless and innocent unjustly accused by vindicated and the guilty be penalized. It is the fervent clamor of the people of Zamboanga del Norte to eyewitness the buoyancy of justice, especially that they have been given opportunity to witness congressional hearing in House Resolution 456 last 17th Congress by a live streaming. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, in an institution like the House of Representatives, who has the power of the purse, can be denied of justice, how much more are the poor and the unprivileged susceptible to grave justices? Many presume that he who has the gold has the edge of justice. Mr. Speaker, justice should not be indifferent. It must be fair to all, or none at all. I believe it is also the opportune time for me, Mr. Speaker, to convey my appeal to His Excellency, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, who has expressed his personal concern over the unsolved killings in Zamboanga del Norte in his public statement in Zamboanga City last March 2019. Please allow me to present to you a video clip, a very short video clip of the statement of the President. Please pause.
And until now, we are in trouble. Patayan, Zamboanga del Norte, marami. And until now, we are in trouble. Patayan, Zamboanga del Norte, marami.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To look into the undue delay in the filing of charges recommended in Committee Report Number 747, while the culprits are still free to roam the streets of Zamboanga del Norte, there will be no resolution to this matter, Mr. Speaker. Please allow me to borrow the words from the Book of Proverbs, and it says, "When the wicked prevails, crime increases." In fact, Mr. Speaker, Zamboanga del Norte has yet again been recently shaken with devastating incident on unsolved killing, murders of 4 government officials. In broad daylight, the victims are Honorable Edgardo P. Viñas, the chairman of Barangay The Paon, an incumbent ABC president. Honorable Raymar Lacaya, an RTC judge in the municipality of Liloy. Honorable Cecilio I. Gurea, incumbent number 1, Sangguniang Bayan member again in the municipality of Sindangan. Honorable Benizen Mariduque, the barangay chairman of Barangay Mangilay of municipality of Cheyenne. May I therefore call on and invite my colleague representing the 2nd and 3rd District of Zamboanga del Norte, respectively, to please join me to condemn in strongest terms the incident of recent unsolved killings and be with one in this challenge and faithfully cause to seek justice. We cannot afford to let our people be hounded with constant fear and anxiety while the ulterior motives of the criminal minds loom large in our province. The PNP personnel involved in this alleged scandalous and grievous act was previously transferred outside the province, but now most of them are assigned back in the province. Can this be considered an internal cleansing program of the PNP? Not even one of the PNP involved was suspended. It was with ardor and undying faith in the prevalence of justice that my brother, former Representative Seth Frederick P. Halosos, and his colleagues at the House Committee on Dangerous Drugs investigating the illegal drug trade and extrajudicial killing in the province pursuant to House Resolution Number 456. The findings and recommendations, therefore, are contained in Committee Report Number 747. Mr. Speaker, if it is intentionally or otherwise that the light of justice contained in the committee report number 747 will be in the dark side of the moon, hope of justice can still be attained because we are all face our Creator in due time. Where Saint Mother Teresa of Calcutta, the greatest saint of this modern time, said, and I quote, "My dear friends, in the end it is always God and us, not us and then," unquote. To end, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for allowing this humble representation to avail of the privileged hour in order to emphasize the collective concern of the people of Zamboanga del Norte. May God bless all the endeavors of the House of Representatives this 18th Congress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of Honorable Halosos be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List for her privileged speech.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized for her privileged speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to bring to the attention of this august chamber the traumatic experiences of women and indigenous people from far-flung areas of Isabela. Bilang kinatawan ng Gabriela, ang natatanging party list ng kababaihan, nais kong ilatag ang kalagayan ng mga kababaihan, lalo't-lalo na yung mga naroroon sa kanayunan. Nitong nakaraang linggo lamang, sa pangunguna ng Karapatan Cagayan Valley, Taripnong, Danggayan, Amihan, Cagayan Valley, at Kilusang Magbubukid ng Pilipinas, kasama ang kinatawang ito ng Gabriela Women's Party, nagsagawa tayo ng fact-finding mission para tugunan ng mga ulat ng mga kababaihan, mga katutubo at mga mamamayan mula sa ilang barangay ng San Mariano, Isabela na lumapit sa ating tanggapan. Pumunta ang inyong lingkod sa Barangay Gangalan kung saan napag-alaman nating may kaso ng harassment ng militar. Ilang nanay at mga dalaga ang pinasayaw ng militar sa kanilang harapan habang sila'y naglalasing. Nagpa-party umano ang mga militar dahil may nanalo sa kanila sa wedding. Hindi ba't illegal na sugal itong wedding? Niyaya nila ang mga naninirahan sa komunidad, babae at lalaki na sumali sa inuman. Pinasayaw nila ang mga babae, mga dalaga, pati mga matatanda o may edad na. Nang sila'y tumanggi, hinatak at hinabol pa. Napilitang sumayaw ang mga ito sa takot nila sa dalang baril ng mga sundalo. Sinayaw nila ang kanilang tradisyonal na sayaw, pero sinabihan sila ng mga sundalo na kumendeng habang sila'y pinapalibutan ng mga militar na armado. Madam Speaker, nagagalit ang kinatawang ito, lalo na't narinig ko ito mula mismo sa mga biktimang kababaihan. May ilang kaso pa ng mga kababaihang hinipuan ng militar, sinampahan ng gawa-gawang kaso at dali-daling ikinulong. Kanila ding inireklamo ang epekto ng pagkampo ng militar sa kanilang kabahayan, lalo na ang pagpigil sa kanilang magsaka at pagdikta ng oras ng pagpasok ng pagkain. Pati na rin ang oras ng pagpunta nila sa bukid ay dinidikta sa kanila ng militar. Hindi po ba ang tawag dito noong panahon ng batas militar ay hamleting? Tila ba Diyos ang tingin ng 95th, 86th at 17th Infantry Battalion sa kanilang mga sarili na akala'y may karapatan silang limitahan at kontrolin ang buhay at kabuhayan ng mga mamamayan? Sa pagkakaalam ko, Madam Speaker, walang martial law sa Isabela. Pero bakit ganito ang dinadanas ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na ng mga kababaihan, mula sa mga naturingang alagad ng batas? Sa Barangay Dibuluan naman, nagpatawag pa sila ng Barangay Council meeting nalingid sa kaalaman ng mismong barangay officials. Pagdating ng mga kagawad at kapitan, ay sinabi na nilang, session na ito. Session to. Nagawa pa nilang gawing kampo ng batalyon ang daycare center sa barangay na iyon at mga eskwelahan sa barangay Disula. At sila mismo ang bumuo ng resolusyon na ideklarang persona non grata ang mga progresibong organisasyon. Ayon sa mga barangay officials na nakausap sa fact-finding mission, may pinapirmahan sa kanila pero hindi pinapabasa ang laman. Ganito na ba kadesperado at kawalang kredibilidad ang ating military na kailangan nila ng panilinlang para makuha ang peking suporta ng mamamayan? Ang kanilang presensya sa komunidad ay di umanong bahagi ng Community Support Program ng Oplan Kapayapaan at pagpapatupad ng Executive Order No. 70 na siyang nagbuo ng National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict o NTF-ELCAC. Dahil sa pinagsamang CSP at EO-70 sa aming pagpunta sa Isabela, walang tigil na red tagging at pagpapahamak sa mga mamamayan ang naging sagot ng AFP. Saang sityo man kami magpunta, basta sila'y mayroong kampo, nagkalat ang tarpaulin na nakasaad na kami sa Gabriela Women's Party at ang iba pang grupo ay iniuugnay sa CPP-NPA. Ilang ulit ko bang sasabihin na hindi kami armado? Bakit takot na takot sa Gabrielang walang armas? Itong ating armadong sundalo na kailangan nilang magkalat ng paninira laban sa mga lehitimong organisasyong nagsusulong ng interes at karapatan ng mamamayan. Ang AFP, silang mga armado, ay napag-alaman din naming pinagbabarilang tahanan ng isang amang leader ng isang lokal na organisasyon. Habang nasa loob dito ang kanyang mga anak na 15 at 2 years old. Pati ba naman ang batang 7 taon ay pinangalanan pa nilang parte di umano ng milisyang bayan ng mga NPA. Nag-aasik sila ng takot sa mga komunidad at pinaparatangan ng mga tao na bahagi ng milisyang bayan para mayroon silang dahilan na ipatawag ang mga ito sa kampo, isailalim sa interogasyon at papirmahin ng kasulatang hindi nila nauunawaan kagaya ng nangyari sa isang magsasakang aming na-interview na hindi marunong magbasa. Sa pangalawang araw, sinalubong pa ang team ng fact-finding mission ng tinatawag nilang rally kuno na mayroong tarpaulin, red tagging ng mga organizations, maligning our organizations na ayon pa sa nilabas na artikulo ng Philippine News Agency ay pagpapalaya sa amin at panawagang palayain daw ang kanilang barangay. Ngunit noong nakapanayam ng mga lumahok sa mission, ang ilan sa mga nagrally kuno laban sa amin, isiniwalat nila ang panlilinlang ng 95th IB. Ang sinabi raw sa kanila ay sumama sila at sasalubungin nila ang kanilang governor at mayor na ang mga hawak nilang placards ay pag-welcome. My dear colleagues, muli nilinlang ng mga militar at pinagsamantalahan na naman ang kakulangan sa kakayahang magbasa at magsulat ng mamamayan. Ever since the Duterte regime's implementation of Executive Order 70, it has been able to scar the people with its fear-mongering tactics nationwide, calling all critics terrorists, communists, and enemies of the state, targeting violence against them, and aiming to silence all legitimate opposition. EO number 70 may have been beautifully packaged in code to ensure the provision of social services, employment opportunities, and improved quality of life in communities that have been experiencing or are vulnerable to armed communist conflict, end quote. But it is now exposed to be full of deceit, showing that its true goals are to suppress dissent, sow fear, and force the people to surrender their rights. Hindi tayo magpapatinag kasama ang malawak na hanay ng mga magsasaka, katutubo at mga kababaihan na ilantad itong mga pangyayaring hindi pa natin malalaman kung hindi naman natin mismong tutunguhin ang mga nasabing barangay na ilang oras pa ang layo mula sa sentro. Nais ding magpasalamat ng kinatawang ito sa local government ng San Mariano, Isabela, na agaran ding nagsagawa ng public hearing kaugnay ng mga insidente ng harassment sa kababaihan. Madam Speaker, mga kapwa ko kinatawan, muli akin pong itinatala ngayong hapon ang tinig ng mga kababaihang magsasaka at kababaihang katutubo sa kapulungang ito. Pakinggan at igiit natin ang panawagang hindi lamang ng Isabela, kundi ng lahat ng mamamayan sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa na labanan ng lahat ng forma ng abuso. Isulong ang tunay na reforma sa lupa at palayasin sa mga komunidad ang mga militar na naghahasik ng takot, kabastusan at dekadenteng kultura. Nais itulak ng kinatawang ito ang pagbasura hinggil sa kapwa mapanlinlang na EO70 at programang Community Support Program na ginagawang tabing sa harassment at panggigipit sa mga residente. Nais ko ring muling itambol ang panawagan para sa pagpanumbalik o resumption ng peace negotiations sa pagitan ng gobyerno ng Pilipinas at ng National Democratic Front para pag-usapan at tunay na tugunan ang mga ugat ng armadong paglaban ng mamamayan. Dahil kailanman, hindi ang panilinlang ang tutugon sa kahirapang dinadanas ng mamamayan. Hindi ang pananakot, harassment, at pagpapakending-kending ang pipigil sa mamamayan na magsalita at lumaban. Kaya muli po, magandang gabi at maraming salamat. Madam Speaker, thank you very much to our Deputy Speaker, Baby Arenas, Tita Baby Arenas. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we defer the speech of the Honorable Brosas to the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? There being none, the speech is recorded for the records. So moved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 1026 as amended, and could the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure? So moved, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved.
House Bill 1026, an act amending Section 141, 142, and 143, 144, 147, 150, 152, 263, 265, and adding new Section 290-A to Republic Act Number 8424 as amended, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997.
Madam Speaker, our parliamentary status is that we are in the period of individual amendments. For his chance to approve or disapprove amendments, I move that we recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, the Honorable Joey Salceda. So move, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Handsome Chairman is recognized. Honorable Salceda is recognized.
Madam Speaker, for his chance to introduce individual amendments, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman. So move, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Without prejudice to other members who would like to introduce their respective amendments, I am ready to propose my amendments, which were crafted in coordination with the technical staff of the Committee on Ways and Means and the representatives of the Department of Finance. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, on page 16, delete lines 17 to 19 and insert the following provision. Single quote, Alcopops close single quote, such as but not limited to single quote, alcohol mixes, close single quote, comma, open quote, coolers, close single quote, comma, single quote, spirit coolers, close single quote, comma, single quote, wine coolers, close single quote, comma, cruisers, open single quote, cruisers, close single quote, and quote, breezers, close single quote, comma, shall mean pre-mixed and ready-to-drink alcoholic beverages with alcoholic content of less than 10% alcohol by volume and which alcohol is from malt or wines or a distillation process. That's
I
the
accept.
First Amendment.
I accept. The committee accepts the amendment.
On the part of the House, is there any objection? The chair heeds none. Motion. The amendments are approved. Majority Leader.
With respect to the Second Amendment, Madam Speaker, I propose the following. On page 29, after line 8, insert a new section, Section 7 of the bill, amending Section 288-A of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended by Republic Act Number 1134-6 to read as follows. Section 28-A. B. The provisions of existing laws to the contrary notwithstanding, bracket, 50% words and figures, bracket, 100%, enclosed in parentheses, 100% of the total revenues collected from the excise tax on alcohol products shall be allocated and used exclusively in the following manner. 1. 80% words and figures, bracket, to PhilHealth, close bracket, for the implementation of Republic Act Number 11223, otherwise known as the Universal Health Care Act of 2019. Semicolon, and 2, retain the provision with respect to number 2, which reads, 20% words and figures shall be allocated nationwide based on political and district subdivisions for medical assistance, the Health Facilities Enhancement Program, HFEP, the annual requirements of which shall be determined by the DOH. Semicolon. That is the Second Amendment.
The committee accepts the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, distinguished Chairman.
On the part
Thank you
of
very
the
much to
House-
Congressman Lagman.
On the part of the House, is there any objection?
Madam
There
Speaker,
being none, the
we-
motion amendments are approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we move to recognize the Honorable Gentleman from the 4th District of Quezon City, the Honorable Bong Suntay, for his amendments. So moved, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Bong Suntay is...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, my proposed amendment, well, at the outset, I want to say that I'm very supportive of the said measure, but consistent with basic tenets of human rights and the provisions of the Constitution, there is a paragraph here under Section 152, which states, in the case of tobacco products, any internal revenue officer may, in the discharge of his official duties, enter any house, building, or place, including those located within areas deemed as separate customs territories where articles subject to tax under this title are produced or kept, or are believed by him upon reasonable grounds to be produced or kept, so far as may be necessary to examine, discover, or seize the same. Sobrang delikado ho ito because we also have to protect people against unreasonable searches and seizure, and we have to be consistent with the provisions of the Constitution. Ang gusto ko lang hong ilagay dito is after the word "in the discharge of his official duties," the word "upon order of the court." Enter any house, building, or place, including those located within areas deemed as separate. So I just want that sentence inserted. After his official duties, the words "upon order of the court."
The committee accepts the amendment.
Thank you very much.
On the part of the House, is there any objection? There being none, amendments are approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? No, not yet. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendment is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we close the period of amendments. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendment is closed.
Objection, Madam Speaker.
It's already closed.
Yeah, my objection, Madam Speaker, is that I would like to, there is a distribution of House Bill 1026. I was in my office and was coming here. For transparency, I would like to know, because I did not catch the amendments, on what were the amendments that were proposed in the floor and accepted by the author. Just information.
So essentially, in essence, Your Honor, from the Committee on Rules, there were, in substitution of the committee report, which is a mechanism that is available, the rules being essentially rules. The Committee on Rules rule. And therefore, Your Honor, there is a substitute bill called 1026 to committee report. And therefore, the significant portion there is only the inclusion of bait, increasing it from 10 pesos to 30 pesos.
From how much?
10 to 30.
This is for the
bait.
So, Madam Speaker, this kind of substitution, House Bill 1026, has extraneous, has rider provisions. Because I attended the hearing in the Committee on Ways and Means chaired by the honorable gentleman from Albay. In that particular hearing, it was agreed that the subject of the bill that was approved in that particular Ways and Means is only on alcohol. Alcohol. In fact, my objection was that under our rule, according to the Constitution, the rule of taxation shall be uniform and equitable. Madam Speaker, to be equitable, all stakeholders should be heard. New congressmen and returning congressmen who were not present in the 17th Congress would like to be able to discuss and to hear the different stakeholders who will be taxed under the principle that there should be no taxation without representation. The Boston Tea Party of 1773, precisely is on this issue of taxation without representation. The British would like to tax the tea produced in Boston of the Sons of Liberty to be able, without representation in the British Parliament. And so what did the Sons of Liberty of Massachusetts do. They went to these vessels bringing the tea, and through the tea to the sea that started the American Revolution of 1776. Madam Speaker, it would have been all right because I lost in the voting there on alcohol. Nobody voted against that because Rules 48 is there. And so I cannot vote, I'm not a member. But in this occasion, this will be double jeopardy. Already in the House Committee of Ways and Means, there was no hearing whatsoever on my bill. And in fact here, Madam Speaker, my name is an author is in House Bill number 1026 because I authored a bill which is quite similar to the chairman's bill, except that effectivity in my case is 2020 because we cannot have the effectivity on 2019, which was the bill that was approved in the last Congress. It starts in 2019. It cannot be because under the law on taxation, taxation is always prospective. It cannot be retroactive. Only laws that are criminal in nature in favor of the accused and remedial in nature or curative in nature can be retroactive. So that's why I was able to elicit a comment from the chairman that his bill, although its entirety is what we are discussing now, the effectivity, if we follow the old bill of last Congress, the effectivity is 2019, which could not be done because we are already in 2019. There can be no retroactive. How can we have a retroactive rate when the producers produce on that rate, present rate now? So my question, Madam Speaker, is why is there a provision on cigarettes and e-cigarettes and vaping when that was not discussed there in the Rule 48 approval of the bill that is now the subject of our deliberation, Madam Speaker.
May we hear from the chairman? What's the answer of the chairman?
May I ask for 1 minute suspension?
1 minute suspension.
Yeah, but precisely I asked for the consideration because termination of amendments. I move for the reopening because it's very unfair naman. With the basis of including some restitution, which is not covered by the first. Mahirap ito kasi hindi kasama yung Just suspend this and then I want to be out here. Suspend lang natin yung amendments. Open. Wala naman yun. Kasi, in fact, there was already announcement that it will be taken next week. For the speaker. Move further.
No, I did not. Tama rito sa Bible. I will bake. Let's have a big bite. I include yan. Portrait of
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our parliamentary status is that earlier I had moved to close the period of interpellation on House Bill number 1026 as amended. Mr. Speaker, I reiterate my motion to close the period of amendments on House Bill number 1026 as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the motion to close the period of amendments.
There being an objection, those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
Nay.
The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 1026 as amended. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 1026. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 1026 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader. Session suspended.
Oh, ma'am. Ma'am, kayo na.
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we move to nominate and elect the following members of the Committee on Economic Affairs.
Kindly proceed.
For Vice Chairperson, Congressman Joey Salceda, Congressman Amihilda C. Sangcopan. For members, Congressman Edward Vera Perez Maceda, Congressman Ronnie L. Ong, Congressman Jericho Jonas Nograles, Congressman Christine Singson Mihan, Congressman Estrelita Swansing, Congressman Bradin John Beron, Congressman Francisco Benitez, Congressman Michael Gureseta, Congressman Eliza Shena Pitan, Congressman Antonio Tony Pet Albano, Congressman Lucy Torres Gomez, Congressman Erico Resotol C. Amentado, Congressman Rosano Rufino Biazon, Congressman Lawrence Defensor, Congressman Jose Enrique Joet Garcia, Congressman Rufus Gutierrez, Congressman Manuel Subiri, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Michael Edgar Aglipay, Congressman Jose Gay Padjernos, Congressman Presley De Jesus, Congressman Crystal Bagaching, Congressman Julian Jambaronda, and Congressman Edgar M. Chato.
Any objection? Chair is none. Same is approved.
20, boss. Yeah, 23.
Mr. Speaker, before we suspend session, we would like to manifest the Speaker's invitation for all members to attend the submission of the budget on August 20th at 10 in the morning at the Speaker's Social Hall. And session will resume on the same day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Speaker. So again, the invitation of the Speaker for all members to attend the receipt of the budget on August 20 at 10 in the morning.
Manifestation of the majority leader is hereby noted.
With that, Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend till August 20, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There an objection? Chair is none. Session is suspended until 3 o'clock Tuesday afternoon, August 20, 2019.